And we're back.
What's up?
Oh, tired. Watched my team get beat by Notre Dame. So, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish beat us. So
we got some bored beekeepers out here.
Bored beekeeper. I know, man. It's like that. You're at 256 subs. Congratulations.
Yeah, getting
Just
big.
think, you might be at 25 subs had I not brought you in on the stream. We rescued you from having the long wait.
He's been building up pretty good.
Yes, it doesn't hurt that he's been getting a lot of big name guys on there, you know?
Yeah.
So that's good. It's just us, the no name guys here on this stream. That's what we pride ourselves on. No name, no life, beekeeping. So, hey, Lee, I got you something down in my box down here.
Uh-oh. What you got?
I got you a shirt for the show.
What's that say on there?
It looks just like mine. We'll be twins.
You even have my name tag on, huh?
Yep, we would be. We'll be the lead twins. Look, I got.
Actually, I did think about that, and I got that one, or you can stick that one over my name.
And
for
then
IDs.
I got Dirt Rooster size. I got Lee sized. I just got just a few shirts, not a lot, just a few. So I got a Jason at Bohemia B size shirt.
Yeah, we got 6 days until the meet and greet.
Yeah, man. Lee and I have one more work day.
Tuesday.
And if I had not forgot it was a holiday on Monday, I probably would have took Tuesday off too.
Yeah, I think they were a little worried about me showing up Tuesday or not if I was going to actually be there, because we had a lift that we could have waited until Tuesday to do, but Thursday they said, let's go ahead and do this lift today just in case you don't show up Tuesday.
Just in case. I
said, no, I'm not going to miss work. He said, now let's do it just in case you don't show up Tuesday. I said, oh, so you're not planning on showing up Tuesday? He said, probably not.
I still have live bees, only 3 months to go. I know. I feel much better about my bees after doing what I did yesterday. Hey, nice, Christopher Roop. All 8 colonies alive and well. That's a good thing. Good thing. I went to.
You know where he's from?
I'm not sure where Chris Roop's from.
Chris, where are you from?
Hold on, I gotta mute my phone or it's gonna
My
every time
phone's muted, but my tablet was going off over here.
my phone is going crazy. Now it's not gonna do it till I unlock it. But I went over to my mentors today, as you saw, showed him how to do a short. Randy sent me some videos.
Did you remind him when he does it on his own which way to hold the camera, vertical or horizontal?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be doing a lot of shorts, but he might do a few. It might be easier for him than setting up the camera and everything. You haven't seen your bees in 2 weeks. I lost 2 of my 28 in the blizzard. Yeah. Oh, well, Chris, I'll have to say congratulations if you're a Fighting Irish fan because they beat my South Carolina Gamecocks 45-38 in the Gator Bowl a little while ago. So, my colonies that I expected to make it are still doing good. And when I went out to Sam's had a couple Rob out dead outs, and he's got sugar on all of his colonies, and I've only got sugar on one of my nukes. But the thing is, there's a ton of sugar around the entranceways where they're taking the granulized sugar out of the colony.
Mm.
I don't know how much they actually lost out of there, but again, it goes back to where you're at and what they need. Now, obviously, Sam's my mentor. He's been doing it for a lot longer than me, so I'm definitely not questioning his beekeeping thoughts. And besides, they're his bees. He can keep them how he wants to, right? But this year, without putting any sugar on them and just making sure they had enough honey left over, so far, knock on wood, has been pretty good. And the fact that I didn't just pack it in when everybody else kind of packed it in and said, well, it's winter, we don't do anything to them anymore. I still keep pollen sub out, and I'm still putting out liquid feed. And if they want the liquid feed, they take it. If they don't, they don't. They want the pollen sub, obviously, but
I'm thinking about putting out a little pollen sub tomorrow. I was going to try today, but we had rain here blowing upside down and sideways.
Rain there.
But whenever I ran by the hives the other day, I didn't do no video. I just walked out there and kind of not really knocking on the wood, but just kind of shaking it a little bit, feeling the weight, and everything is feeling nice and heavy.
Yeah, well, you saw a lot of mine I just had in single deep boxes, and I added a super of honey off of the tall colony. I robbed them down to a deep and a medium, right? Mm-hmm. And I gave mediums to the other colonies. So they should be fine now until, again, here in South Carolina, your camera got blurry for a second. Was only going to be it'll be in the 70s next week, So, and it's been in the 60s, high 60s today. Randy said he sent me a picture. I'll show it to y'all. Let me pop it up.
I think we hit 76 or 77 yesterday.
His bees were out flying at 59 degrees today.
And nice and busy.
Yeah, that's nice.
Especially that left one.
Yeah, I see he's got them wrapped up with some insulation right there. They look good. Look real good. So. Let me see. What did Brian just say? I like overwintering in a single deep. That's one good use I have for 10 frame equipment. I still have.
Well, pretty much, all of my stuff's 10 frame, and I got my one deep. Most of them have one super on them, but I do have one that has 3 supers completely full of honey still on it. And I believe 1 or 2 other hives that have 2 supers. But I think I'm going to break some down off of the one that has 3 and put on some of the smaller hives that don't have quite as much in there.
So I think I'm going to bring up a topic when we start bringing people in. And I had a little bit of a debate, and it wasn't really a debate. It was like somebody told me how great it works. And then I started thinking about it, and you and I talked about it, and about those the brood factories, right?
Yeah, the double deep nukes.
Is that Randy Oliver's brood factory? And so I understand the principle behind it, but I don't understand why you have to do it in that configuration. So maybe somebody does know that might be coming in, that may have a better answer to what it is, and
Yeah, you was talking about the 4 frames versus, say, a standard 5-frame nuke and double 5-frame nuke on top.
let's see.
Instead of using the 4-frame. I mean, I've got one of them that I bought from Better Bee, and I mean, they worked. But my big complaint on it, they got a front entrance and a back entrance, one for each side of the hive. So one colony goes out the front, the other colony comes out the back. Well, all my colonies, when I do inspections, I walk along the back line of everything. And that works until I get to that one, and then I got bees flying out. They're in my way or I'm in their way. So I think next year I'm just going to use the regular 5-frame nukes.
Yeah, the Michael Palmer nukes. That's what we're talking about, Jonathan. So, so that was the thing that I was curious about. I mean, I understand it's a 10 frame with a divided board in it, and it's got 4 frames on each side. But what's the benefit of having 4 frames as compared to just running a 5-frame nuke? Because they're still not sharing. I mean, I understand they might be sharing the heat from each other. I mean, that could be a thing. Not really a big issue here in South Carolina with the temperature. Okay, so the heat of the cluster. So that leads me to believe, is it something that oh, good job, Darren. What part of the United States do you live in, Mr. Cap? So
Okay, so that's what Palmer's saying, and sharing the heat.
okay, so why couldn't I just put 2 5-frames with the entrances facing opposite directions up side by side, smack together?
The only difference I would see with that trying to share heat, you have that thin divider board in that double deep nuke, and the heat may transfer through there versus a 5-frame nuke. You got 3/4 and 3/4, so the heat's not going to transfer.
So it's 1.5 inches. But on the Michael Palmer nuke system, you've got one, right?
Yeah.
So is it narrower? The whole box narrower than a 10 frame, or is it a 10 frame box with just a divider down the middle?
It's a 10-frame box with a single divider in the middle, but the divider is thinner.
Well, then it can't be. It wouldn't work, right? Because that middle frame divider would have to be as wide as a frame to cover up a frame, or is there just that much extra space in there?
No, it's not. I don't know if I got a video on it, but I'll go out there and I'll take a picture of it tomorrow, and we can do something on it. But I don't remember it being quite as thick as the 3/4. It's just more of a thinner divider board going down the center. But the heat would radiate through the wood if you got a cluster on each side. It's going to hold the temperature a little bit better.
All right, so I'm seeing mixed things here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw out the invite code, because this was, how we do our Friday nights or any other nights other than Tuesday night.
Now, like Jonathan said, yeah, it is the 10-frame footprint, because I mean, you got a regular 10-frame telescope and cover that's on it, and then your baseboard is a 10-frame with a divider down the center, and then an entrance on each corner, the front and back.
Okay, so no, but that's the whole thing. When I've looked at them online, because I thought about it, and I was telling you yesterday, I was thinking about ordering a few of them, right? But then I'm like, I got a whole pallet of 5-frame nukes out there. So if it's just a 10-frame footprint that's divided in the middle, so 4 frames and 4 frames, and then you're going to put 2 more smaller nukes that are 4 frames over 4 frames, then is it a? I guess the reason. What do I need another format? I've got 2 frames, 5 frames, 10 frames. Do I need a 4 frame equipment as well? I mean, do I need it?
You don't need it. I mean, that was the thing. I didn't think that I needed it. I just wanted to try it out and see how it worked. And I mean, don't get me wrong. They did build out comb in it fast. They moved up. If I needed brood to help equalize another hive, I would take a frame of brood out of there, put it in one of my other hives, and then just transfer a new frame, new foundation in there and let them draw that out. So I used it as a little bit of a brood factory, not very much, but I used it mainly to draw out new foundation.
Yeah, see that, I mean, what I typically do, like when I'm building a colony, I build a 5 frame nuke and then I let it build out, right? Then I pull 1 frame of brood up, drop an empty in the bottom, and give it 4 more frames on the top. So now I'm 5 over 5. And then I let them grow into the 5 over 5. And typically when they get 80% of 5 over 5, or sometimes if I don't catch in time, really full, then I just move them to a 10 frame box right where they sit. I mean, I understand what he's doing is he's just basically making it a 4 over 4 over 4. And then he's rotating frames and pulling out brood frames to give to other colonies and stuff. But I can do that from a nuke too, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like you said, or like I was saying, I did use it to remove brood and put in other colonies, but my main thing was just comb drawing. Because, I mean, they seem to draw strong in it. I don't know if it was them sharing a little bit of heat side by side
right.
or what, but now would I buy another one? No. I think I would just go with the standard 5 frame nukes.
Well, we looked at it, was $123, and that did not come with a lid, right? On Betterby.
No, that's without a lid. With the regular wood with the metal cover on it, it's $155.
$155. I mean,
it's $155 with the lid. No lid, you're looking at $123, and then if you want that insulated one, it's going to run you even more.
Well, we figured out. You remember last year when I started doing the 2 over 2s or the 2x2s? We figured out a 5 frame nuke would fit on the 2 over 2, right? You could put a queen excluder and let it.
Yep.
So they might be. Yeah, but I don't see how the heat. I understand where he's at, and maybe where you're at, Jonathan, that the heat is shared. But it's hot here all year long. So sharing of heat is not really a huge issue. It'd be more like they needed to share the cooling, which they wouldn't be able to do, here. So I don't know. I'm not saying what he's doing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying what he's doing is wrong. I'm just trying to find a practical application for me to do it here.
Yeah.
Right.
I think, like you said, though, up north, the heat might be better to share or something, but you in South Carolina, so you don't have to deal with all that ice like some of the other ones would. I'm in South Louisiana, so I'm definitely not dealing with ice and snow.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking about. If I'm going to make a change, I was thinking more along either the Lyson nuke boxes or something like that, the poly, to give them a shot, give them a tryout. I don't know. Right now, I'm just like everybody else trying to make my bees make it till spring, which, for us is, a month or so, a month and a half from now, we'll be starting to show signs.
Now, Jeff, is that the double deep nukes, or you're just using 4 frame nuke individual nukes?
So, yeah, that's the thing. I just figure I've got so many different boxes. I just don't want another set of equipment. You know what I mean? Another type of equipment.
Well, I mean, as far as all your frames, it would still be interchangeable with your other equipment that you have. But yeah, you would have the 2 frame, 4 frame, 5 frame, 10 frame.
And then I use my nukes as resource colonies if I need anything, right? queen, brood, whole nuke, put into a Kickstarter colony. Done all that. So I don't know. It's funny. Charlie asked me where we going live, and I sent him a message.
And he ain't here.
He ain't here yet. So
yeah, like I said, I do have the one in my home yard here, and I thought about buying one for the other 3 out yards.
Sorry.
But I don't think I'm going to buy one. If I need a little brood factory, I'll just, stack up a couple of 5-frame nukes, maybe put a 5-frame super on top if I need it.
If you've got 20 plus colonies and you need a little bit of brood, I wouldn't feel bad. If I needed, let's say I had a weak colony, I wouldn't feel bad about robbing 2 different colonies, 1 frame of brood, and dropping them in there to give them a kickstart, right?
Yeah.
So, you're not really hurting either of those other colonies. So, I don't know. Maybe I just look at a different, and he's got a different geology, right? He's got different temperatures. His seasons are different. I'm trying to actually break a few stereotypes. I was talking to Sam about that. Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking at, Brian. You need to come and join in with us, brother. Early. Don't wait till the last minute. Join in early. Make a good conversation.
You're going to have to save Bob anyway, because I might have about an hour.
Yeah, see, so this could be a short stream. And it might still be a short stream if you guys don't jump in and converse. Yeah, so I've got 2 frames. I've got a pallet of 2 frames. No, I'm sorry. I've got 30 2-frame nuke setups. I've got probably doggone near a pallet of 5 frames out on the outside. And I've got a bunch of deeps and mediums, but that's one of the things I probably will buy at Hive Life if I can find them, is some hey, look here. Hey, Phil, what's up?
Phil.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good, man. Good to see you. Is that a Dirt Rooster hat?
Yeah, I know. Here, I'll hide it.
No, it's fine.
As long as it don't have a big A on it, you good.
I'm going to send Randy a bill for it.
It'd have a yellow M on it more than anything.
I always got to pick on Bruce when I see that hat. Tell him good fire starter.
I'm going to start sending Dirt Rooster a bill for all of the screen time his hat gets on for advertising. Dirt Rooster calls me all the time. He sends me, I got him hooked on that app where you can make pictures sing.
Oh, yeah.
And he sent me one. He says, like, we got a chat stream, right? So you see the videos. Those are his videos coming to me. He sends me one of his dad in the hospital, right? And I just told him you're wrong for that one. So you probably won't be able to see it too good, but I'll play it. I'll get copyright. I don't care. It's small. I apologize. That's how he sent it to me. And I'm like, man, you're wrong for that one. So 2-framers. I started 2-framers this year. I'm just catching up on people.
I bought one 2-framer and I never did even use it.
Well, I've got 30 of them, so by God, they're getting used. Got to use them now. I just $900 worth of damn boxes. They're getting used. So, but with the 2-frame, I think, gosh, this time of year is so crazy for me because I envision what I'm going to do in the spring. And then every year when spring comes, my vision has to change, like when it's happening, right? It's like, well, that's not going to work. We got to do it again. So ideally early in the season, when I start making splits, I'm going to make 1 frame splits with some extra bees in them. And I'm going to go down and get a bunch of queen cells and load up them 30 with queen cells and see how many of them take and come back mated. And then however many come back mated, I'll just graduate them from the 2-framer, right? When they're laying, I'll just graduate them to 5-framers.
See, any of my splits that I'd made so far since I've done beads were always in a 5-frame nuke. Now, this year, whenever I start doing splits, they're going into Ricky's horizontal hive for
Right.
a 5-frame.
Well, and that's the thing that I've been doing all these years until this year. I didn't have any of those 2-framers, so I just got the went ahead and used nukes, and so I don't know, man. It's just a bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to figure it out on how I can. And I was talking to Sam today because he's already pre-selling his nukes, right? He's already got people sending him money to get his nukes. And I just don't know with Sam. I know how he does his operation. And I'm trying, if I can help him streamline his, then I'm getting a process in my head on how to streamline mine at the same time. So, the biggest thing obviously is getting queens. That's his biggest problem. I mean, because he doesn't graft, and he said it again today. This is like the 4th year in a row he said it. This year we got to graft. We're going to graft this year. I'm like, yep, we're going to graft this year.
Hey there, Brian.
It's so cold your camera's frozen up over there.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, man? Big dog in the house.
I'm in my garage tonight. My wife is watching TV in the living room, so
she kicked you out, huh?
Up in the garage. No, I kicked myself out. It was self-imposed.
Okay.
You're in
I just got a text here from Jeff Thomas. He sent me a picture of his double frame nukes that he's using.
Okay, but those are separate nuke boxes, right? Or is that one box divided?
It looked like one box divided down the middle, possibly with a regular 3/4 board down the center, from what I can see on this one.
Okay, I see the bottom board. I see how his bottom board is.
So you got one entrance here and then one on the other side, and you can see you got a golf tee in here for, I guess, his OA treatment for the backside of this colony. Then they'd have one on the other side for this colony.
But again,
yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I did the one that I have. I got the backside of each one drilled from vapor treatment.
Now he's north of me. He's in West Virginia. He gets cold weather too, right? So I'm just, Brian, how are you doing yours in Colorado?
My double nukes?
Yeah.
Well, I use the ones that are like the 4/4s. I have the bottom box is basically a 10-frame footprint, and it's got like a 3/4 inch divider. It's the same width as the outer wood of the box. You can fit 4 frames loosely. There's a little extra space on either side, and then each, like as you build it up, there's 4 frame boxes that you build up. It's got nice little inner covers. Yeah, it's exactly like that. And then those inner covers, the ones I have, are cool because they're actually like wintering inner covers. So you flip it over, and one side has like an inch space, so you can there's enough space there to put anything you want there. It can be Thymol, it can be a sugar brick, it can be a pollen patty.
Did you get that from Better Bee?
I think so. I might have got some from Better Bee and some from Data Ant.
Yeah. That's how my Better Bee ones are. You can flip the inner cover over.
Well, I guess, I guess I'm just struggling with getting another type of equipment.
You don't need it, Bob. They're fun and they're great, but it sounds like you have everything you need to be raising queens and supporting. Yeah, you don't need them.
So I think I'm going to probably replace some deep boxes or buy some.
I would say this, Bob. If you got to scratch an itch, just buy one to play with. and add it to your repertoire and just play with it and experiment it and see if you like it. Don't go out and buy 10 because you don't need 10. But if you want to play and learn and, just try a different one, just get one.
Look, we got him to leave his other beekeeping stream on Friday night to come hang out with the pros.
Yeah, there's Charlie.
Yeah, where you were, Charlie? Were you in another Zoom meeting?
Yeah, I was in another Zoom meeting.
I got you.
Yeah, it's a Friday night beach at Westchester.
You should have said, hey, if you guys want to come to a real beach at.
Yeah,
well, they were discussing Queens and whatever, and
that's what we're talking. Well, we're talking about Michael Palmer's 4/4 nuke system. But
Charlie, you do 5/5s, right?
Yep.
Well, that's what I've been doing too. I just didn't know if there was a numerical advantage to doing 4/4.
The only reason that is because they can't fit 5 in when you put a divider in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason. And then you only got eight frames instead of 10 frames. And then the downside of that is when you have, all right, he's taking, let's say, a deep box and he's putting a divider in, and he's got 4 and 4. And then he puts individual boxes like nuke boxes.
They're also 4-frame nuke boxes over top.
Yeah, they're 4-frame on top. They're individual. The downside is, all right, let's say one hive dies and you want to clean it out. When you get down in that bottom box, you can't clean it out. You know what I'm saying? You can't easily
a live colony in one side and the other side.
Yeah, exactly. 6-frame license. Yes, I have one of those.
Yeah, you guys got me jonesing, like cracking out on these different hive types, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm going to like the candy shop, and I have no idea what I want. And
I'm just mainly going to stay with my 10-frame equipment, and like I said, I got a couple of 5-frame, but mainly I use them for my swarm traps, and they've done good for me. Now, if I want to do a split, yeah, I can throw one in there, or if I'm bringing one to my buddy's house, I can throw 5 frames in there, bring it to him, and drop one into his 10-frame and bring my nuke back.
And as far as like what Chris was talking about, the 6-frame license, that's why I bought it, was for queen rearing. And
it makes a good like
it's an insulation, and like let's say I had some guys will sit there and say they'll start grafting the 15th of April, and it's cold around where I'm living. And if it drops below 40 degrees or below 50, let's say between 50 and 40, that insulation will help out queen cell manufacturing. And I thought about another thing is that it's 6 frames. So you could put a frame feeder in there for that 6 slot.
And then put 5 frames.
For that, because you got to feed a cell builder and all. So I don't know. I haven't used it for that. It just happened so last year that I had a 5/5 that was queenless, and I shook all the bees out of the top box down into the bottom box. Of course, they're hanging out the front on the porch because they're all trying to get in there, and it worked out well, because you're jamming them tight. That's what you want when you have a cell builder.
Hey, Philip. My one complaint about those 6-frame license nukes is I wish they came with the feeder instead of that propolis trap. For the longest time, I didn't understand what that space in the lid was for until I bought a separate one, and it came with, and I bought the feeder with it, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. That feeder fits right in that space. And I just wish that came with the kit instead of that stupid propolis trap.
Does the feeder
I use those on my regular 5-frame hives, those feeders for license, because they were the only ones that I could find that were.
And they work on a regular 5-framer?
Yeah, they do.
So they just overhang a little bit, right?
Yeah, the way the feeder is, it comes down and it has a wide flange.
Yeah.
And some guys will cut that. There's a sort of a bend or something there that they'll cut that off. And I says, no, don't cut that off. I use it as a gauge to center that thing on a 5-frame nuke. Now, the downside that I have found is it's not the feeder, but I've got these Amish built nukes, and it's the height of the telescoping cover on the sides. Sometimes they're a little narrower, and then sometimes, they're not standardized. They're a little bit longer. Well, the longer ones will come down on that flange and sit there. Well, then you got robber bee problems because you have to look at that.
I run into that with that Saracel feeder.
So what I did is my inner covers for my 5-frame nukes, I put those on top of the feeder, and then I put the telescope cover on top of that, and it seems to solve the problem. But I like my 5-frame nukes. I mean, they're people say, well, they're just another. I says they're the best tool out there. They're a tool. I tell a brand new beekeeper's got a 3-pound package. Don't put it in a 10-frame box. Put it in a 5-frame box. And I told one person, I put 3 pounds of bees in a medium framed nuke box. You can't get all them bees in there. Yes, I can. They'll all fit.
And they'll draw it out super quick.
Draw it out
it's
fast.
just one thing that, like the old fat bee man said years ago, is that you sort of like demoralize the bees. You're giving them too much to deal with. And if you compact them in and make them focus only on 5 frames, they can handle that. And something I've noticed, you ever watch a 10-frame box that's got a small amount of bees in it, and then you got these lazy bees that are out here on the outer 10 frames. And they're not really doing anything for the cluster. In a 5-frame box, they're all made to focus on 5 frames and to work them, draw the wax out, whatever they need to do.
Well, that's like the first colony that I ever got. I bought it from a guy. He called it Swarm. Well, he brought them to me in a 10-frame box. We transferred it into my 10-frame. And I just found they wasn't really building up, which it was like the end of June. They wasn't trying to build up much. They wasn't trying to put a bunch of sugar water back that I was giving them. So I broke them down and put them in a 5-frame nuke. All of a sudden, they tried to start drawing every frame in there out. They started building brood. So once they got big enough, that first cycle of brood come out, I transferred them back to a 10-frame. They finished drawing out that full 10-frame then. But as small as they were, they didn't want that 10-frame to start with.
No. Right. The thing of it is, they talk about heat. It's not so much that they're warming the box, but they can manage the heat of the cluster when they're tight in a 5-frame box. And now you're talking about putting them back in a 10. I'd put another 5 on top of them, and then I'd have full 10 frames of drawn out wax, the whole 9 yards, wax and brood and everything else. And then I would put them
if
back.
If I would have had my 5-frame nukes at the time, I probably would have, but all I had was two double 10-frame boxes.
Now, Sarah Wood there says he likes the singles instead of putting in a divider in a box.
Yeah, like single nuke boxes instead of dividers.
Oh, single nuke boxes. Okay, I'm thinking about single 10-frame. But see,
Charlie, I got a question for you.
Yeah, Brian.
So you do your mediums for honey production, right?
Yeah,
And then your 5-frame nukes are for selling nukes and for queen rearing. Like, talk about how you use your different equipment differently.
I have medium nukes. I'll say when I first started out, the women were getting into beekeeping, and they were looking for, that was the trend was they want all medium frame boxes for their honey boxes because it's lighter to lift. So I said, okay, there's a market there. So I started making so many deep boxes of nukes, so many medium boxes of nukes. Now I track all this stuff with a spreadsheet, and in the last 3 to 4 years, the trend is going back to all deep stuff. So I was in the last couple of years, I've been trending back to deep 5-frame nukes, but I put in there probably, let's say, 5 of them for myself, because my honey production hives are going through the winter. There are 3 medium nuke 3 medium hives, 3 medium 10 frame
Right.
hives set up.
And then you condense them down to 2, right?
That's right. In the springtime, I go into the single brood chamber management like around the end of March here in Maryland. The honey's not really starting, but the nectar, let's say from the red maples, are starting to come in, and they're brooding up. Of course, they've started probably mid-February making brood, and they're brooding up. So I go in. The two top mediums definitely have all the brood in and all the food. At bottom medium, you'll have some straggler bees in there, and most likely the food and all that pretty much everything is out of there, gone. They've all moved up. I pull that box off the stack. I drop those other 2 boxes down. Queen excluder on. I put a honey super on, which is a medium. In the last 2 years, I would put an inner cover on and a tele cover on. And that's my setup. And then what is happening there is she will lay up all that cells in that 2 bottom boxes. That forces the worker bees to push all the honey upstairs, except for some, a little bit of pantry food, in the outer edges, some nectar, some pollen, so they can feed the brood in that bottom box. But everything else goes upstairs for the honey. And then, like I've experienced it over the years, you got to bring the outer frames in your honey box to the center so they'll fill them. Not in that situation. That's where Stepler and all these commercial guys, they're all doing single brood chamber, even Cayman. It's pushing the honey up. They can't store it, so they got to put it upstairs. And they'll go through that queen excluder to do that.
So I guess my question is, do you have any interaction or interchange between the bees in your medium setups and the bees in your deep setups, or are they like 2 different systems?
2 different systems.
Okay.
My deep nukes are for sale. They're just they're there to, but all for sale. And then I have, let's say 5 medium hives that are nukes, and I'll have at least 2, maybe 3 medium boxes on there, and that's my resource hives for my 10 framers.
Yep.
And
see, that's how I managed to keep my nukes from swarming, was because I was taking from my nukes as resources for my honey production. If one was struggling and didn't have the bees, I'd take a frame of bees and shake some extra bees in and let it go, pump it up a little bit.
Well, if you go in there and you got a nuke and you got, let's say, 5 frames of cat brood, well, if you don't do something about the population, they're going to swarm on you. So drop, if you got a weak hive there in a honey production hive, drop 5 frames in there, or drop 3 frames in there, and let them with the bee, find the queen if you can, and then move the bees with the frames and put them in a weak hive. Now, the only other situation there is, why is the hive weak? So do we have a bad queen that's, going south on you? That kind of a thing. Now, in my personal experience this fall, I got the hives right behind me. They were my honey production hives. I had 3 or 4 of those hives go queenless on me. So I pulled 3 or 4 of my nukes and papered them in. And, now they're doing fine.
Well, I had one colony that just would not do anything. And they finally went queenless or killed her or whatever. And I took a whole nuke.
Yeah.
A 5-frame nuke, queen and everything. I didn't use no paper. I just took out 5 frames in the middle, took the 5 frames out of my nuke, plopped them in there, and those 5 frames I took out, I put back in the nuke and just set it back where it was.
Right. That'll work. If they're queenless and they want a queen, they're not going to kill that queen. And something else is that I think Cayman actually did a video on this, is when you plop in 5 frames, that queen and her court of bees in that nuke, there are enough bees there to protect her in most cases. She'll be in this, let's say she's in the center of those 5 frames. Then the smells and stuff will permeate and everything's fine.
You know, there's a lot to say for giving bees just the space that they need. And Bob, that was kind of the reason I was asking you the question about why is that colony so big? You know, and
well, that
I
was
didn't.
a huge colony. It's
Yeah.
Carnies, right? My first year with Carnies, and it was a huge colony and produced all that honey, right? And I didn't pull it off when I took everybody else down. And my whole intention for that colony was to, as their colony numbers declined, to start pushing them back down to the bottom and robbing those boxes, those mediums off, and putting them on my single deeps that had no honey. So that's what I did yesterday. After you said something about it, that's why I tagged you in that video.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was
like, yeah, Bob's listening.
Oh, dude, I pay attention. I've got plans. I don't always get on top of my plans on time, but you know, right now I've got honey out there. There's probably 3 or 4 boxes, 5 boxes of honey that I could pull right now and still feel fine with them going into winter. I'm just too lazy to extract the honey out right now. You know, it's like mess up all the equipment again and get it ready. But yeah, I could definitely do that. And that's typically when people, like last year, I had a guy down the road. He said, "Why are you pulling honey off now? Why are you spinning honey off now in late January?" And then 3 weeks later, he's calling me, "Hey, can you come to my house? Something's going on with my long hive." And I go in there and he's got 14 frames of honey, no brood. There's nowhere for his queen to lay anything.
No room to work.
Wow.
So he's like, "I think they're going to swarm on me." I said, "You're probably right if they haven't swarmed already or killed the queen."
Yeah, honeybound.
And he just couldn't grasp the idea of, why would I take it out? Well, because they need room this time of year to put babies to keep growing.
Well, that's when I was feeding my my hive sugarwooder this fall. I had Aprivar in there, and it was time to pull the strips out. So I broke, and it was still warm. I broke them hives down, and I could see, you know, how many honey boxes there was, and then I could get down into the brood chamber area. And now some hives, I was concerned that the brood chamber was, you know, almost plugged up full, but it wasn't yet. And I said, all right, it's time to stop feeding. And then other ones were just right, you know. So, I mean, I had that little video I made, I guess it was yesterday, and everybody was flying and having a great time. So
I'm live. Good night. Hold on.
So she out of the hospital, Bob?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
sorry.
She's back.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, it's a hobby that you just have to have experience and you just figure it out, you know, as you go, type of thing. Some days you don't know what to do.
Well, I feel like I'm fighting against the grain. And when I say that, I feel confident in what I'm doing, but I'm breaking some of the stereotypes this year that I didn't do in the past. And I'll see it in comments of videos. Well, why are you in your colonies at 60 degrees? Why are you doing this now? Why do you have pollen out for them? Why do you have feed out for them? Because we had this Arctic blast that came through, and Ed, you can speak to this. Lee, Phil, where are you located?
Up in Michigan.
Well, you can't speak to it probably, but you know, so for like 4 or 5 days, our bees didn't get out. That's it. And every week we get temperatures in 50 plus, right, where they get out and fly and use the restroom, and those bees are foraging, right? They're out looking for stuff. When I go to my pigs and their feed has bees in it that they're trying to get the dust off the corn, they're trying to get protein. So put the pollen sub out, right? The dry pollen sub, they'll take it. And, people, I don't want them to get pollen bound. Well, they must need it. They're trying to get pollen.
They're trying to get something. I mean,
to raise brood.
At least in the South here, because they still trying to rear brood. They got to have some protein in that hive to be able to feed that brood. Because heck, yesterday we were at 77 degrees here in South Louisiana.
Let me see here. If
Have you checked your hives after feeding pollen powder? Because this is something that happened to me. Is that did you get to the point where you had multiple frames of pollen where you got to be pollen bound?
I've had one hive get pollen bound, and basically I just kind of shook the bees off of it, laid that frame outside, and bumped it a few times. And a lot of times that pollen, if it's dry enough, it'll just fall right out.
Okay.
And then I give them a little room. They'll go back
I
in.
just found that there was so many frames of pollen in the hives that they wasted my good hunt or my good brood frames. I'll say, so I was like, yeah, all right, I'm done feeding pollen.
As long as they didn't try to make bee bread or anything like that, or if the pollen's still dry enough, even if they did try to mix a little nectar with it, if you bump it on its side, sometimes that pollen will just fall right out the cell, and you can put it back in.
But I found them, they wouldn't, you know how honey is. They'll utilize honey all the time. They'll eat it, if they need it. Where the pollen, they can put that in there, and they just don't seem to utilize it. Now the other thing on that is that I had a really beautiful pollen frame, natural pollen, and I put that in my cell builder and put that up tight to that frame, and along with the nectar on the other side, and it did well. I mean, they really eat the heck out of that pollen frame.
So, Phil, what kind of hives are you running? 10 frame, 8 frames?
Pretty much just 10 frames. I got the 5-frame nukes just for when the hives are small, or use it for splits. Same as you for swarm traps. But I use a 10 frames. I don't have any fancy hives or anything.
You running double deeps or single brood?
Yeah, I do double deeps for the winter.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I do double.
How many colonies are you running?
Well, I had 28. I just checked today. I'm down to 26 now.
Okay. Yeah, it still ain't bad.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm lucky. I started out with 2, and I still got 2 right now.
well, look at this. So this was last January here. That was one of my colonies last January.
That's a nice looking colony.
So 2 days from now is January. So that's bigger than a winter cluster, right? So it's like they were already brooding and getting ready for the spring here. Most places don't look like this in January. Now probably Lee, Ed, the rest of us Southern boys hives probably do look like that. And I was happy with that hive. It was a pissy one, but that colony, it made it, and it's still alive and still going. And but I didn't feed them going into winter. I just what I did last year is I just did sugar bricks on everything. And listening to Charlie, the only thing I got sugar bricks this year was my new. And only a couple of them. I mean, I think I made 6 sugar bricks, and I still have 2 in the kitchen. So it's there was not a need for it. The only ones that needed it were the smaller ones, because I didn't rob all of the stores off, right? And when I did, I started putting the feed out heavy for them, which is why everybody saw those totes going crazy. And speaking of which, I do have some Apis left, guys. I know there's some on sale at the Hive Life. It's 25% off, but he told me he's not bringing that much there. So if you need some, I've got the control for the syrup, and I've got a few 6 or 7 of the ones for the pollen sub. But if you're going to be making patties, but I'm probably going to be buying, if they have any surplus patties up there, I'm probably going to buy them.
Yeah, if you ordered any patties, I got my email today with the invoice for them.
Yeah,
I paid for mine.
The invoice from Cayman. How much did y'all get?
Yeah, I got 200 pounds.
You bought 200 pounds.
Yeah,
that's what I should have done. I just got 100. It's a great deal, though, man.
Tim at Southwest Ohio Bees, he sent me he got his invoice today, and I let me see how much he bought. See, the thing is that this is a benefit. That's not like an everyday product. Now I can order it, but if I order it, I think I have to order a pallet of it, which is 1,600 pounds. And I don't have anywhere to store 1,600 pounds. But if people wanted to order it, I wouldn't mind, later in the year, I wouldn't mind ordering some if they needed it. Like do a pre-order and do a list like Cayman's doing and just have it made and shipped. And then when it gets here, ship it back out to you guys. But with the Apis in it. Let me see. Where is it? I got
Rob, have you ever called and talked to people at Global?
No, I just talked to Cayman and I talked to Apis about it. And Apis,
Okay.
Apis is with there. He's kind of in between right now. He hasn't made a decision, but he's thinking that the pollen sub additive, the activator or the bioactivator, that we don't know how many people are actually making their own pollen patties, or are they just buying pollen patties, right?
Right.
So it's like it's not the number one seller because it's made to be put into pollen patties, and if people aren't making pollen patties, then it's not, even though it's a good deal.
But if they make the pollen patties within it already, people might want to buy it more because then they don't have to make it.
But the question is, the shipping. The reason it makes Hive Life so great is you're not paying for the shipping on it
because they're heavy. It's like shipping honey. Honey's heavy, so it costs a lot to ship.
Yes,
you paying by the pound to buy it to start with, and then you paying by the pound to ship it.
Yeah,
I thought about just buying the activator, mixing it up,
making your own patties.
Well, I do that. I make my own patties anyway, but mixing it up and then putting it in like one of those 2-pound pails of patty, you just bulk 2 pound, and you can just buy a bucket of it, right? For a small beekeeper, it only needs 2 or 3 pounds at a time. They might buy it already mixed up like that, and they can just grab it. Because I already buy the syrup from Domino, and it was out in the single digit weather. It didn't freeze. It didn't go bad. Now,
did you guys get the 4% or the 15%?
I didn't order any, just because I have an unlimited supply of Apis over here. But I will probably, if they've got extra up there, I'll probably order some. It doesn't say how many pounds he got. I thought he said he got 200 pounds. I don't know.
So have you figured out what you're going to get at Hive Life?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably a headache dealing with you.
Yeah, that's just normal there.
Oh, but hey, good news today is I talked to Ricky Rourke, and since we're live streaming from Ricky Rourke's booth at the show, he's agreed to let me sell my swarm lure at his booth. So that's number 5 distributors that are going to have it there. So if you don't have it already, most people already bought it from our stream. But if you're at the Hive Life or know somebody there, be like, hey, buy that. That's my buddy's company. And because really I need to be successful in this sale, at least to get it to other companies, if it's not just, to individuals.
You need to make enough money at Hive Life to justify your spending at Hive Life.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we should justify, but I mean, we're still going to spend.
Well, I've just got things I want to do this year. And I think if I have 20 10-frame honey production colonies, I feel pretty good with that number, for my scale and my, at least this 1 yard. But I really would like to try doing what Black Mountain Honey did. Taking one colony, boost it to a double deep, and then split it 10 times, give them each a mated queen, and see how many times I can split that one colony. He ended up with 21. I saw the last video in his study. He ended up with 21. He showed them on video. They all had enough bees where they could have been split again to like 42 nukes out of the one colony. but he said he didn't have time between going to all the yards and videoing and everything he had going on to do it. I would like to do something like that, but you know, queens are not cheap, and if you're not making them yourself, then you're buying them. But even if I could buy, even if I could just get queen cells, right? So that was my thing we were talking about, Charlie, is if I go down there and I make splits, if I buy 30 queen cells and introduce those to splits, small splits, like in the 2-framers, and let them hatch out and get mated and come back. If half of them come back, that's still, I'm way ahead. You know, 15 queens you didn't have to buy. I think it'd probably, in the spring, it'd probably be better acceptance than 15, but you never know what's going to happen.
As long as you see enough drones out flying to mate with them.
Charlie, are you muted?
All right, now I'm back.
He's reaching over there to that soundboard and hitting that mute button.
Nah, I had it on my microphone. Are you saying that you said that you were going to graft some cells or buy some cells?
I am going to graft, but I don't want my early season to depend on my rookie grafting skills.
Yeah, well, I buy queens too.
I'm thinking, Cutic is so close. So close. If I can, last year they were selling queen cells for $5. I can get 20 queen cells for $100. If 50 of them come back and I sell, if 10 of those come back, that's $400 worth of queens if I resell them.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking in the beginning, if I do those splits in those 2-frame nukes with a queen cell from Cutic in early March, then my chances, I don't know what the return rate would be. What's your average return rate, Charlie, on queens mated?
They're usually close to 100%.
On virgin queens returning.
Well, virgins or queen cells. I usually put up until this year, this year, I always put queen cells in.
No, I'm saying actually returning back.
You mean from being mated?
Yeah, virgin queens being returned back mated. What's your percentage?
90%.
90%. So 9 out of 10. So if I got 30 queen cells, I could expect 27 to come back mated.
Possibly, yeah.
With the colonies the size that I have outside.
As long as you got drones out there and everything. And the thing that I'm going to do this year is I'm going to do like Mark.
Well, you notice something?
I'm going to do virgins. And I did do a virgin this year. I thought it was a dud, and I kept it in the incubator. And sure enough, she hatched. And I took her out there that evening, made up a 2-frame mating nuke. And she was a good queen, and they didn't fight and bite and kill her or anything else.
That comment is funny because I don't super chat a lot. And as you can tell from my channel, I don't get a lot of super chats. As a matter of fact, speaking of super chats, this was the worst month on YouTube I've had in I don't even know how long. It was like $48 total with the ad revenue and everything. $48 is like, eh.
You know how much I made on YouTube this month?
Well, you got to make a beekeeping video.
I know.
You notice
that's 48 more than me.
I guess I'll have to announce, hey, yesterday was my first time ever making a short. Yay.
And it's funny you said that because I went out to my mentors today, and that was one of the first questions he asked me. Oh, I need some help. You need to show me how to make one of those shorts. So we did a short on his channel today.
Yeah, it wasn't. You showed me the buttons to push, and the only thing I asked you today was I don't know what Lee was telling me, that you could either make a 30-second video or a 60-second video. My phone,
you can make a up in the right-hand corner. There's a little icon that says 15 seconds. And if you click on it, it changes to 60 seconds. Yeah, so you can do up to a minute.
It's like a little timer thing or whatever. You
Yeah.
got to click that to adjust how long the short is you're going to make.
I asked Lee an embarrassing question. I said, Lee, when is the last time you actually have been in your
I
bees?
just seen it. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
And you know what he said? You know what? I don't even remember the last time I was.
I don't. I'm not going to lie to you about it. I don't.
You know what the funny part about that is? You probably have the bees that are doing the best out of all of us.
Well, if you look at summer, whenever I was on turnaround, like late spring, early summer, whatever, I didn't get my bees for what, 2.5, 3 months. I went out there and they had the supers, I mean, completely full, wall to wall, and they were slam packed full of bees. So, I mean, they didn't need me messing with them, I guess.
Yeah, but you didn't even pull all your honey off.
No. I ended up total, I think I probably left about 18, 19 supers on the hives total.
Man, that's money.
Yeah, it
And
is.
Charlie, when you're doing a short, you
Yeah.
can actually pause it. So you can like look at one hive, press record, say something, press record again, and it pauses it. And then you can move to a different place. So instead of walking to a different hive and wasting 10 seconds, you can get more out of that short by just stopping and starting really, really easily.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, there was some hives there. There was one 10 framer that was like, there was a ton of bees trying to get back in because of my entrance reducers. They were all gathering at the at the entrance, and I wanted that looked impressive, and I guess it was set for 15 seconds, but I got almost 800 views off of that first film. And the second one, which was I was showing my 10 framers, I got like 100, a little over 100. I'm not sure, but on the upside is that I got at least a half a dozen new subscribers or more, and I'm up to 540 some right now. I think it is.
Well, like my mentor went over 1,000 subs, but I don't know what his watch time is.
Now, my watch time sucks. It just
man, you guys are thanks, Phil. you guys are on the stream making it rain. You know what? It does. I'll be honest with you. It does get like a little bit where you start questioning what you're doing. And I say that in all kindness because sometimes like I'll watch the stream team too, right? You guys see me in the chat and you see me in these other chats. And I just see it just like raining down, Cayman Reynolds raining down, which I understand what Caymans and then the stream team. And I'm like, man, people are just shooting. They're like holding those guns and shooting the dollars out like you would at a strip club. On them, I'm like, wow, making it rain.
Thank you, Hanley, for subbing to me. Yeah, but I mean, that's another thing that I see the potential where I'm in a nuke or something out there, and it's a really robust nuke, especially in the summertime. I can whip my phone out, and it's so much easier than that the camera.
It is, but it's only 60 seconds max.
Well, it grabs people. People like that. That's the one thing I've noticed. Most of my films are 12, maybe 15 at the most. I try to keep them around 12. And there's that click-through rate. I don't know all the stuff that, they talk about, but people like them little I mean, even I do. I like them little 60-second videos.
Now, Charlie, if you got a good phone that takes, I mean, pretty decent video,
it's an Android. I'm not an iPhone man myself.
Oh, me neither. You can actually get a adapter cable that plugs your Rode wireless mic system into your phone, record the video on your phone, and be able to use your good audio.
Well, if I sell enough swarm lure at the show, I might just buy one of those Zoom 4K cameras. It's like a GoPro, but it's got the Zoom double mic on it. Mm-hmm. Have you seen those? They're cheaper than a GoPro. They're only like $280 or something like that for that one. Zoom 2QN or something like that.
Yeah.
I looked it up the other day when we were talking about it. It looked like a good little camera.
The only and all your other Zoom mics and everything will sync with the same software, I guess. The only thing I don't like about the GoPro Well, there's several things, but one of the main things I don't like is when you go out there and film, then you got to come back in, take the SD card out. You got to find the doggone videos.
Well, you don't have to take the SD card out. You can just plug it straight up USB to your computer.
Okay, well, I take out the SD card.
I do too.
I'm doing it backwards then.
The only Zoom products I got is the audio recorders. I got the H1N or the H4N. Hold on. H1N and the H4N. And I don't even use them no more because I got the Rode wireless system.
Yeah. So, Phil, you got what's your average? Around 30 hives or so up at your place?
About 25, 30, yeah.
All right, about what I got. So you just selling honey and are you making bees or what?
Nope, just honey.
Just honey?
I wanted to dabble in the queen rearing this year, but I don't know if I got time. So,
well, it's
with working that.
No, don't say that. I mean, that was one of my biggest questions to myself is like all these other guys around me were retirees and they're like, oh, we're going to go do it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I'm working. And it's like, okay, well, how do we, get all this done and whatever. And I picked Wednesdays because the way the queen situation marches out to sell them and to graft. And I use a 5-frame nuke and, overpopulate it and put brood in there and no queen. It's probably the simplest way of doing it. As long as you keep putting cat brood in every week, the pheromones, those hives will not go laying worker on you.
Right.
But what I'm getting at is you can come, let's say you're home by 4:30, I'll say, or 5 o'clock. You can go, and then you might go out there the day before and go through your nukes or wherever you're going to graft from. And, oh, here's a brood frame that's really just right or almost just right. We'll put a little X on the backside of your box so you know where it is because I'll forget myself. And I'll go out there and pull that frame up there and take it into the house and graft off 30 cells and then take it right back out there and put it in that cell builder, that nuke hive. And then you just mark on the counter that, at 5 o'clock in the evening, 6 days later, go out there, you got cap queen cells and then get yourself a chicken. If you don't want to make one, like I made a incubator out of the top freezer section of a refrigerator. Mm-hmm. So because of the insulation factor. And if you don't have that, you want to go to Tractor Supply and use a chicken incubator.
Yeah.
And set it for 92 degrees, 93 degrees and put it in there and you got queen cells.
You know what?
It's a fun thing. Huh?
What else I've done in the past is I've taken a frame, like make a queenless colony like that and take a frame of eggs and drop a frame of eggs in there and they'll make 10, 20 cells on their own, depending on how strong they are. And then I just cage like some not chicken wire, but a hardware cloth, like in a dome, where I've taken a hole in a 2x4 and matched the cloth down in there and cut it around, and then just put that piece of hardware cloth right over the cell and let it hatch out right in the. It works if you got plastic foundation. Push that cage all the way down to the plastic, and then the bees can't get to it from the side or from the other side and try to chew it out. And it'll just have the little virgin queen running around in there, and then you got to come catch her out when she hatches out. I've done that.
Now you're doing that with one queen, or you do like multiple queens?
So what I'll do is like the hive is queenless, right? So they'll make a whole bunch of queen cells on the frame with the eggs, and then once they cap them, then I'll just cover them up with that cage, and I'll do all of them except for maybe 2. If I'm trying to small push cage. If I'm trying to requeen that colony, I'll leave 2, like 1 to hatch out and 1 sacrificial, right? Just to make sure that 1 takes in there. And once they hatch, I'll take that whole frame out and make another split with that frame or release the queens that are or release a queen that's hatched into a queenless colony.
Bob, that's how I got started playing with queens, just making splits and just letting them have a bunch of cells and just throwing little pushing cages on them. And sometimes they worked and sometimes they didn't, but it created a whole bunch of extra queens to play with really quickly. So
Yeah.
I found myself like playing with like picking up queens and stuff like that really nicely, trying to make splits with them. It was a great way to get started. And it's not foolproof, but it's a great way to start off, make a whole bunch of splits and just start playing with queens and just learning about the timing of everything.
It's fun. I mean, I find
Yeah,
queen rearing and grafting and that kind of stuff it's a higher level skill set, but not that much to it. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it or you can't do it because you got bad eyes and all that horse stuff. But it's more, I think it's more fun than all the other beekeeping things that you do to me.
I say that and swarming is probably the two most fun things for me. Catching swarms.
Well, it's fun, and then it's also very gratifying that hey, I call it a game. I go in there and I'll graft 30 cells. And then I'll put it in that cell builder. And then, curiosity kills the cat for me. I got to go out there in about 2 days and I got to ease that thing up just enough to see them cells and maybe blow on it a little bit because there's so many bees. And if you see them starting to make a cocoons coming down off of that plastic, it's like, yeah, that's one, and then you ease on that thing down there and it's a game, if you get 80-90%, you won the game.
I watched Richard Knoll's video on that, and he'll pull it out after a couple of days and see which ones. If he says after a couple of days, if they started a cup, they're taking it. If they haven't, you can go ahead and take them right off of the frame because they're not going to start it.
Yeah. Now he's a lot bigger and he's moving them bars to cell finisher hives where they're queen right. And that's it's if you're doing thousands of them and all that kind of stuff, yeah, that's fine. But for what all of us guys here tonight, you don't need to do that. My procedure is you put the graft into that cell builder, which is queenless. Day one that you put it in there is day one. You come back 6 days later, they're capped cocoons. I take it out because they'll want to put webbing in there if you leave it in there any longer. Put it in an incubator. Leave it in there for, I call it 5. When you put it in there, that's 5 days. You got about a day and a half to maybe 2 days at the most before she hatches. And that's after 5 days, I put it in a 2-frame mating box. This year, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to I want to take them cells at 5 days and put them in a cage, what do you call it? Hair roller cage. Let her hatch. And then I will either sell them or I'll put them in my 2-frame mating boxes and let them walk.
A lot of people say they're scared to start grafting. They're going to mess up. How do you know unless you try? And it might not be no good. Well, you got to practice at it.
It's like I told in my videos about this. And I mean, I can't show you exactly how to do it with that grafting tool. But if you graft 20 cells and you get 5, that's 5 more queens that you didn't even have.
That's right.
And then the next time you graft I graft once a week and, when I'm on a schedule type of thing. And that's enough queens that for anybody to be able to handle. And so somebody like that gets 5, they might get 8 the next time. They just get better at it. It's like riding a bicycle. You just keep practicing.
I need about 135 queens this year.
Okay.
For the whole year?
Well, I sold 100 queens last year. And then I used some myself too, right? So I figured to just do what I did last year, I need about 135 queens. And last year
So
I
Charlie,
Yeah.
you're talking about 48-hour cells. You know, it makes me think about our previous conversations about being efficient with your time. And I consider it almost like another tool in your toolbox. Like if your timing works out that you have to put the queen cells in your splits, then you could use 48-hour cells to do it. You know,
Yeah.
it just goes back to that if you're working around a schedule. The other thing that you said that was helpful is pulling
You
them
can
out
do,
after 48 hours lets you know how many splits you have to make, right? So if you graft 30 and you get 20, then you know you're making 20 splits for those 20 cells.
let's see, what was it? Kent Williams, who taught me how to graph. He talked about that, the 2-day or 3-day old cell.
Yeah, 48-hour cells. Yeah.
If you easily, put it in a graph, they'll finish it out and do the whole 9 yards. And Bob Benny tried that.
Yep,
He
I saw
mentioned that
video.
in one of his videos. And I believe he told that your population was critical on that as far as having a really strong hive.
Because it's a longer period of time for that queen to
longer
come back.
period of time, keep that cell warm.
Yep.
And all that. When is the timing right to start grafting? When there are drones. Yeah, when they're drones.
Yeah.
Well,
I would make sure you got enough drones in the area to mate.
Well, you have to have drones for a couple weeks before you even start grafting, right? Because a drone's got to be, it's 23 days to hatch.
Mature.
And then I was told, I heard it's 40 days from the time a drone's laid to the time it will fly out and be sexually viable.
Mature.
So
it's around 14 to 18 days is what usually 2 weeks after it hatches.
So if there are drones, if you start grafting, by the time that those queens are ready to go out mating, those drones are going to be mature enough to mate with that queen.
And then there's other drones that should be hatching along as well.
Yeah.
So
I got a product question for you guys. Talking about what do you want to buy at Hive Life? I'm thinking about one of those Pierce grafting tools. It's like a $50 grafting tool. You guys know what I'm talking about?
All you're doing is wasting your money.
That's my question. Is it worth it? Because you
go to Amazon and get 12 Chinese graft. They want $6 a piece at what is it, Man Lake for a grafting, Chinese grafting.
I know, and I've got them too. But Charlie, sometimes a tool will pay for itself, and that's my question. Is this one of those tools that's going to pay for itself by improving your grafting skills dramatically?
Let me put it to you this way.
That's my question.
Kent Williams, who is he grafts thousands of queens.
Yeah.
And I took his class back in 2019 in Knoxville at the honey show there. It was a small 2-day honey convention. And just like that. That's the kind I like. The one with the plastic barrel.
What I use too.
And with a plastic plunger on it. I don't like the wood. Now some guys like the wood. But anyway, he went out and he bought that what you're talking about. Then he bought the German grafting tools and all that.
Uh-huh.
And now I haven't really looked at the one that you're talking about, but it looks to me like a German grafting tool, where it's just a small, thin piece of metal. Now, what's it designed to do? A German grafting tool, I do know, is a hook that you're literally trying to hook the larvae up and then taking it over here to the plastic cup and then laying it down.
Right.
Now, the guys down in Georgia where at Hardeman's, that, you know what their grafting tool is a piece of copper wire. That hard, the copper wire that's solid, that, it's pretty tough.
They smash it with a hammer or something.
They take a darn ball peen hammer and they sit there and they peck that thing out and make like a little spoon on it.
So Charlie, I hear you saying, no, it's not worth it.
No.
Well, he also said he never used it. Now I saw someone.
I never used it, but let me continue. Kent Williams said he was having a heck of a time grafting. All right, I'm going to spend more money and I'll be able to graft, which is $60 for that tool that you're talking about.
Yeah,
couldn't do it. So he went and spent 50 cents for the tool that he's got right there underneath that magnification. which is a Chinese grafting tool, and he learned how to do it. Now, the idea behind this tool, the Chinese, is you're not picking up the larvae, you're picking up the jelly that the larvae happens to be on top of.
You're scooping the whole thing up, right?
You're scooping
That's
up
right.
the pool.
That's the
Yeah.
mechanics of it.
underneath it.
And
You're
then
going.
when you put the tool back in, you let off of it, and it slides back in and pushes it off.
No,
right.
what you do is you have the tool like this. It's just like this ink pen. Let me see if I can get it to show. And you got the plunger, which is the button up here.
Right.
And you put that tongue.
Lee's got it
There's
there.
watch Lee
Yeah.
there. Lee,
Yeah.
go down to the side and then put that tongue. Actually, all you have to do is kind of put it like right, just kind of push it down. You don't really have to slide it down the sidewall, just like that. Now push the plunger down
While you're pulling up slowly.
while you're pulling up
Yeah.
slowly to where
Yep.
when
You're just
it's
pushing it off the end.
you're
Yeah.
scooting it off the end as the tongue is actually coming off the bottom of the thing. And Ken had me, I was grafting in 5 minutes. And I'm like, is this all there is to it? And he says, yeah. All this people around where I live, it's if you don't have good eyes, well, guess what? I put these glasses on, which are those like 200 power reader glasses.
Yeah.
And then I put a 150 magnification unit helmet on from Amazon.
And
I can
Borg.
laser.
No, I'm just kidding.
Do what? Okay.
So
Anyway, what I'm getting at is if you don't have the best of eyes, it's like going to the eye doctor. Use corrective vision, with
Just
glasses.
buy some 3X's. Okay.
Yeah. If you
right.
have good young eyes, go to the
Which I
drugstore and buy the stupid glasses for $5.
Yeah. That's a good plan.
And then another thing is you go to the drugstore and you buy you can actually go to Walmart. Let's see, that's stupid. Here we go. You buy one of these little flashlights that are 3 inches long. I just bought one at Walmart for $1.
I like a headlamp. It frees up my hands.
No, you want.
See what Lee has?
I've used them, and that little lamp does not have the power. And use about a 1.5 magnification. I've tried that style there. I don't particularly care for it. Mine's a band that goes around like a jeweler's helmet. And then I have that light. Now, what you do with that LED light is you sit there and turn it, and you make that larvae glisten in that jelly. And then you see it, and it's, let's say, some of them are C's, some of them are a little bit wider looking. You always want to come to the back of the C, or the back of how they might be
Start
slightly
from the back.
curved.
That's right. Yep.
And then when you're going down in there, you want to slide that tongue down the sidewall and then let it go all the way across and bump the other sidewall. And then you just kind of, instead of pulling straight back and where the way you went in, you kind of lift. Your tongue is flat on the bottom. You just want to kind of lift it straight up like that, and it'll.
Charlie. One of the things I've noticed is like there's a couple of Bob Binney videos where he goes down to Florida and he watches people graft, and you watch those people do it so fast. Like I realized that what they're doing is really, it's just muscle memory. It's not them looking for and identifying. It's just them doing the same repetitive muscle motions over and over again. So when I realized that last year, what I did was I took an empty frame and I practiced that just on an empty frame without, just nothing on it. Just to get used to that before pulling the frame out.
All right, Lee, go in there and take that tongue and let it go right straight. All right, now stop right there. You bump the other side. That'll be wax. And then just don't worry about the plunge right now. Just pick that thing right straight up out of the hole like that, and it'll stay right on there.
Yeah.
The jelly
And
will stick right there, and it will just slide right off the end of the.
yeah, now see how he laid that tongue down on the bottom of. He just laid it right there. Now
Right.
start pushing the plunger in and picking up the pin all at the same time, and the plunger and the end of the tip will meet, and that thing should slide off onto the bottom, and it'll be dead center when you do that. Just like that. That's all you have to do. That's the motion. That's it. That's all there is to it.
That's cool.
Now,
Hey, let me answer this question real quick because it's been sitting up here and I don't want them to think we're ignoring them. Philip, what I did is I went to my local beekeeping supply store and I asked them, did they have queens? And they said no. And they told me, they said that we get 2-3 calls a day for people wanting queens. I said, well, great. Give them my number. I've got queens. I didn't have queens at the time, but I told them I had queens. And I went down and drove to my local breeder, thanks to Charlie hooking me up with a breeder that's an hour from here. And I went down there and I was buying queens at the best price break I could afford at the time, which was 25 queens at a time. Got my queens for $28 a piece. Now, when people come to buy queens for me, they're only onesie, twosies, right? I need a queen. My queen died. I'm making a split. Need a queen or something like that. So they were paying me $40. I was making $12 a queen. This year, I want to continue to do that. However, I don't want to continue to pay $28 for a queen. And it actually was a little bit less because when I bought 25, they would give me a 26th one for free. And then I would use the 26th one for a nuke or replacing one of my queens or making a split or something like that. But yeah, it was. But I've also put them on Craigslist. I put them on Facebook Marketplace, places like that, and beekeeping chats on Facebook, my local beekeeping chats, and people will be like, "Hey, anybody got queens? Yep, I've got them." And I had people driving 120 miles each way to pick up queens. They'd come up, I need 5 queens or something like that. And then I just,
get them.
All right, now, you guys
now, Lee, take that. Get your grafting tool out. And this is a big secret on this thing, is what Kent Williams. Put your thumb underneath there. Can you put that underneath the microscope, your thumb? Your fingernail. Okay. I don't know what. All right. Now come straight down with that tongue and see what happens. Does it bend? Come down and hit your tongue with it. All right. No. Come straight down 90 degrees. Make that tip of that tongue hit your fingernail and let it and see what it does.
You want that tongue soft enough to bend.
Right. That's the test. All right. Pull out on the, let me show what I want to say.
Do you ever warm it up in like warm water or anything, Charlie?
Stick it in your mouth.
That's what I do. Yeah.
You want to suck. You want to suck on it,
and it softens it up.
It heats it up. What you want to do is, here's your thumb, right? Your thumbnails right here. You want to come straight down with that grafting tool blade or tongue, and it should hit your thumb, and it should bend real easily, not over soft, but soft enough. Now, if I've had some of them where you do that and it's like hitting a nail, or it's like a solid nail where it will not bend. You got to learn to take that thing apart and get yourself like 500 to 1,000 grit sandpaper and back drag that thing and thin it to where it's flexible. And then
the comb has to be old enough that it's hard. If it's really new comb, it might just push straight through it. I had that problem last year.
Yeah, if it's really super new comb, I don't have quite that problem. But that's the test as far as the thumbnail test of hitting your thumbnail and that thing sliding like that. If it is, it's real. It's not soft, but it's not hard either. That makes it work the best. And then while you're grafting, you stick it in your mouth and you stick that tongue on your mouth tongue and you suck on it, and to where you're actually bending the tongue on the grafting tool, making it kind of a curve in it. And that heats it up and kind of form. You want the tongue to kind of have a little bit of a natural curve to it, slightly. And then your saliva acts as
like a lubricant.
sticky stubs, and where
Yeah.
the jelly kind of sticks to that tongue because of your larva or your saliva.
Now, the other thing, whenever you're placing that queen or that royal jelly and the larva back into the new cell or your grafting cup, whatever you're doing, make sure that that larva stays floating on top. Don't try to roll it over, because that larva has breathing holes on one side. If it gets flipped over somehow, it'll drown and kill the larva.
Okay. I just got a text her. Your order is ready. Follow the signs to your to-go pickup area. Oh,
Are you picking up pizza?
I don't know.
It's a Sawmill Charlie shirts that he ordered.
No, I don't do that.
That's for China.
If that order is about Texas Roadhouse night, well, they're about 2 hours too damn late. I didn't know whether that was Cayman Reynolds telling me that my order is ready for that pile. I didn't get any invoice on that yet, Phil.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay. But anyway, that's some of the tips that was told to me by Kent Williams. You know, suck on it, kind of bend it in your mouth a little bit to kind of soften it and get it curvy. And, you know, it just a little bit of practice and it works great.
So, all right. So we got queen rearing out of the way. So now you got your brood box, you got your queen, everything's set up. You've got some, and this will resonate with Brian probably. You've got some drawn comb, and let's say the honey flow starting. You've got some drawn comb and some regular foundation. What's your preferred method for introducing that foundation to get it drawn out while you have some drawn comb? Do you usually put a whole box of your drawn comb on first and let them fill that up and then add?
This is the honey box.
Honey box, yep.
Honey box.
Or are you checking?
No, I tried that, and what you'll find is you got the one frame that's got the drawn comb here, and then you got an empty over here. And what are they going to do? They're going to take this one over here and they're going to draw it over.
And then the second one will be real indented and thin.
Yeah, it'll be all over the damn place. So what I do is I put a whole box of undrawn comb on there, put it up, making sure it's 10 frames, make it tight, and put it on there and let them, and they'll draw it out.
So early in the season, would you go ahead and put that on first, or would you put the box of drawn comb you already have and let them fill that up first?
I would say it depends on how long your flow is. If you have a fairly short flow, I would say, do a little checkerboard, and that way at least they're filling some up. Now down here where I'm at, as long as it's a good waxed foundation, I'll throw a whole brand new box of just foundation in, let them draw it out.
All I can tell you is we had, was it this year?
Because every doggone year, it seems like I'm fighting the same thing.
Yeah, right? In the springtime, they're going to draw comb because of the flow. That's when they really maximize comb drawing. And I've tried Cayman Reynolds thing where you put in a couple extra foundations amongst the other frames. And yeah, they kind of worked. And I had a couple times where I said, I'm just going to put a whole box of triple wax frame on there, foundation. And I'm like, yeah, see what they do. Darn if they didn't draw it out and fill it. Mm-hmm. It was man, but I had a flow.
Well,
Now,
you know,
if you don't have a long flow, what I would do down here, I'll mix 3/4 to 1 sugar water instead of 1 to 1. Mix it 3/4 to 1. They're not really going to store that much because 3/4 to 1, basically they're just going to eat it, use it, and burn off the calories or the energy it gives them, and they'll draw out a lot of wax with that.
well, I mean, I drew out a good bit of wax this year, but again, I didn't. A lot of mine went from nukes to 10 frames to start producing some comb and honey, right? So they just didn't. I didn't have the drawn.
It just takes time. I mean, it takes consecutive years of doing the same thing in order to build up all that stuff. It's just I had one year I had I don't know 25 nukes, and I bought that acorn frame triple wax. I put it up. I'm looking for deeps for brood. It didn't matter to me whether they put honey in it or whatever. I put it on there, and I kind of forgot about something that was around the corner here behind them where that junk is behind me, is that this guy gave me this tote full of, I don't know, I mixed it on the kitchen and it would turn brown. So I don't know whether it was brown sugar. I think it was raw sugar. And I said, well, I don't want to use that. I'm afraid to kill my bees. So my brother, I didn't know this. He stuck it outside around the corner of the barn. And well, hell, the damn bees had a feast. And I put that black foundation in there and them nukes, and no lying, the wall, the maybe 1/8 of an inch wax walls were up, and she had an egg laying in the middle of each one of them things. They were building foundation while the eggs were growing.
I had one like that last year. She was already laying before they were finished drawing it out.
Yeah,
get to work.
Just so
Well,
it's feeding.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at, my stage of the game. And even when I feel I've got enough, it's like I don't have enough. Because if you make a nuke, right, you're selling off 5 frames.
Yeah.
So you're constantly making more comb. And I learned the hard way, guys, the first year, which all you guys will know this, but maybe somebody doesn't. When you're in your second and third year, when you start making those splits into nukes, make sure when you're grabbing old comb that you're grabbing the appropriate size cell comb when you're making those splits. You can't take just any comb and throw it in the box with them.
If you fill it full of drone comb, it's going to mess the
drone. And you're going to be like, oh, you got drone laying. I got a drone laying queen. No, dumbass. She's just only got drone laying comb in there to draw in, to lay in. So that was something, when I was making splits and I was like, okay, well, just grabbing empty combs to fill the box up. You got to be cognizant of the size cell you're dropping in there.
But you're feeding, open feed and stuff like that. Like you say, put some thin syrup out there after the honey flow or whatever it is. And
well, when it starts warming up just a little bit more, then I'm going to start popping them with it.
Now, like if you've been doing it long enough, or even if it's your first year doing it and you just know the plants and the bushes and trees that are growing around you, and you know when that flow is going to start, I would say a week and a half, 2 weeks before, give them that 3/4 to 1 sugar syrup, let them go ahead and start building comb, and they'll be burned through that. And then by the time the flow comes, they'll be storing nectar back for you.
I guess the question is, if you had a box of drawn comb and a box of empty foundation, which one would you put on first? The empty foundation to let them draw comb? Or would you go ahead and put the capture as much honey as you could in your drawn comb and make them have to?
It depends on your goals for that colony and the time of the year. It's really a situation-based thing, Bob. For me, what I do to draw out a lot of comb, and I've gotten to the point where I have enough comb, and it's taken me a while to get there. When I'm putting my honey supers on, when the flow is starting to hit, I do mostly 8 frame, but some 10 frame as well. In my 8 frame honey supers, I'll have 2 frames that aren't drawn out. And in my 10 frame honey supers, I'll have 2 frames that aren't drawn out. And if I put them on right in the beginning of the flow, and if they're in the middle of the box, they're going to draw them out pretty quickly. So every year I'm getting new comb that way. Now, if it's deep frames I'm wanting to draw out, I'm going to rely on like the behavior of swarms in particular. I catch a lot of swarms and I'll give them like 2 frames of drawn comb and then foundation because I know they're going to build out. I've even I like to use swarms in single 10 frame deeps. I'll let them build out that 10 frame deep and then I'll throw a queen excluder on and I'll give them 10 frames of empty foundation because they're ready to draw comb. I'm going to put them to work drawing comb. They might not make that much honey for me that season, but I'm going to put them to work and still have them produce something for me. And it's going to be that drawn comb for the mediums. So
Yeah.
it's a situation based thing, Bob. It's not a black and white answer.
I'm just assuming if you had colonies like I do this year, let's say you got 20 colonies that really this part of them, this is their first real, they say the first year don't expect honey, right? That's what they say. But we all know some colonies do, some colonies don't, right? But this year, the colonies that I have that are production hives all now have at least one single deep, single deep, but they're one single medium of drawn comb. They've got that right now. They've got that the way it sits. So my thing is when it gets a little bit warmer and they hopefully move back down in the deep and don't keep laying up in the medium, that I'll throw that excluder on. And then I guess the question is, do I just under super that one and put a box of totally undrawn comb out there so they have to cross that to get up to the...
So if that's a colony that you want to make honey, you want to maximize its honey production. You don't want it to build out comb. So I would probably give it drawn comb already if that's what you want that colony to do. If that colony is going to produce honey for you, then give it space to put honey in. You can let it draw comb because it's going to want to at that time of the year, but don't give it an entire box because that's a lot of potential honey that it could be making.
Okay, so I'll start on those production colonies. I guess I'll put the excluder on, put the box of drawn comb on them, and then when they fill that up, then add a box.
Now, you just opened a can of worms, too, because putting that queen excluder on right when you put that honey super on sometimes prevents them from going into that first honey super. So sometimes I've not put the queen excluder on first to make that box more inviting to the bees to come up in. Sometimes it results in the queen going up and laying in there. But next time I go back, if I see that, I make sure I shake her down. Then I put the queen excluder on. They've committed to that box. Then they're really going to fill it in. Sometimes if you throw that queen excluder in, they see it as a ceiling, and then are just going to backfill your 2 deep brood chambers.
Yeah, I had that problem. I put a brand new box on the foundation with the queen excluder. They did not want to go through that excluder to even start drawing. Well, I pulled
you got to get them to commit to it first.
Yep, pulled that excluder out. They went to drawing like crazy then.
And
so
then you
once
can
they start drawing up top, then go ahead and put the excluder in, and then they'll be good. As long as
once they commit to that box. Yep.
Okay.
See, I don't even run excluders anymore except for my comb honey supers. If I plan on doing cut comb or anything like that, then I run excluders. But I put already drawn foundation in there.
When you put in a couple foundation frames in your supers, do you put 10 frame or do you do 9 frame?
Well, if they're drawing out comb to start the season, I'll fill the box. But once they draw them out, then I'll pull one out and space them to do 9 in a 10 frame.
Well, what I'm getting at is if you're adding 2 foundation frames in a 10 frame box, that you're trying to gain more honey super frames.
Yep.
So you're doing a 10 frame.
I'll start the season with 10 frames. But another thing I was doing to maximize my honey supers is something I call chasing the flow, because I didn't have a lot of drawn comb and I wanted to produce a lot of honey. So instead of pulling my honey supers off at the end of the year, what I would do is I would, like in June, when I had frames that were getting capped off, I'd pull 9 frames, bring them home and spin them, and then take those wet frames back to my next colonies, pull 9 more off, and replace them with those wet frames. And it's kind of like checkerboarding, but they're wet with honey. So they're just going to take right back to those frames. So I'm maximizing the use of my limited resources in medium drawn frames to try to maximize my honey production. Now, it meant me running all summer to spin honey instead of doing it all at one time at the end of the year. But I also needed that because I needed honey in the markets I was going to in the beginning of the summer.
You know what? I don't mind that as much during the year, because I find out I'm working hard all summer, but I'm not it's easier on my back, for that short periods of time.
Absolutely.
So
because that was my problem with this single brood chamber management. Yeah, they're making the honey, but the darn stack is getting just too high for me to manage, and it would be better to, like you say, pull a box or two of enough to fill my extractor, 18 frames, let's say, and downsize in boxes,
So I get how you like under supering, Charlie, but why do you have to go more than one above that box you're just putting on there? You don't have to put 3 more onto it. You're just giving yourself more boxes to pick up and put back on. Just pull those off. You can have one above that empty one, but that's really all the bees need, I think.
Last year, I ended up having one hive that I had 5 medium supers on, and that was my thing. I had 4. When I went to put that 5th one, I always under super 2. So I had to take 4 supers off, put one on, and then stack all 4 of the other ones back on top. So it was getting pretty tall. I mean, you get a box, I'm 6 foot tall. You get a box that's 30, 40 pounds or whatever at head level, that's a little bit heavier than just at waist level picking.
Oh, you had probably at least 50 pounds in that box, Probably.
On average, they were right around 32 pounds per medium box I had.
Right. So that's like you say, Brian, that's another technique, I guess you would call it, where I'm going to have to set the extractor up and spin for those 3 months. And really, you're spreading your workload out.
Yeah.
And gaining more honey that way too.
And that would be,
I think so.
Are you mixing all your honey together, or are you pulling spring honey, keeping your light colored stuff in buckets?
All my honey that comes in is all light most of the time. I mean, the stuff that I got this year was all light. I only have my honey season is April, May, and June, and I'm done.
Yeah.
There is no, I mean, there might be this year, yes, there was a fall flow. I won't say a fall flow. The halfway through July into August, there was a flow because of the lanternfly, and that came in our area, and that is crappy tasting honey, and I just left it on the hive. It just meant that I didn't have to buy extra 500 pounds of sugar.
See, all of my buckets, I stored in 5-gallon buckets. All my buckets are the same color, but I have different color lids. I have white lids and yellow lids. All my white lids are light colored spring honey. Yeah. And then whenever it gets darker into tallow, then I put my darker lids that way. Plus, I have labels on it and everything. But
yeah, I got labels.
In the bucket, I can tell you it's that a spring honey or summer honey.
Yeah, this year I put in the date, the pounds in there, and whether it was light.
Yeah. Well, see, like I have a thermal printer, so I'll get on the computer. I print a tag out for everyone. I can tell you what yard that bucket come from, what hives filled that bucket up, what the moisture content was, and what the date was that it was pulled.
Yeah.
But the same hive that I ended up with 5 supers on last year, this year, if I wouldn't have pulled some honey off and then added more supers, I would have ended up with 8 supers on that one hive. But I had pulled 5 off, and it overwintered with 3 supers on that hive.
Well, speaking of tall colonies, Brian, that tall colony that you're asking me about that was on the end?
Yeah.
That was a nuke this year.
Nice.
That was the brand new Carniolan nuke that I got. And that's how many boxes it graduated to. So I was halfway wondering, I was like, well, just see, it's kind of like, well, how much will they do their first season just to let them go? And so it did. They ended up doing a pretty good job. So This is my first year with Carniolans, and everyone says Carnies shrink down their cluster size really. And I've got a couple of them that I'm like, really? Are they going to make it? Because compared to my Italian cluster, when I pull off that inner cover and the cluster size is, 8 frames.
The big difference, if you take a regular, say, Italian colony and then a Carniolan colony, put the same exact amount of stores in there. Coming out of winter, you're going to have more stores left with that Carney colony because they brew down so much and they don't burn through all their stores like an Italian will. Now, that's all I have right now is Italians.
Now, I'm wondering how they're going to do coming out of the spring, because I know my Italians, if they've got enough food, they're going to blow up like early. Now the Carnies, I'm wondering that everyone says, well, they start slow and then bam, they just lay up everything, and then so I'm curious to see how that works.
My buddy we were talking about the other day, Ty Kent. That's what he has is Carnies, and he said, come spring when it's time for them to start brooding up, they just explode.
Yeah, but that kind of goes against everything I've been taught too, right? Because they say the queen won't lay more than she's got bees to cover the brood. And so, for that to happen though, if they have a small cluster, they would have to basically, if they're going to explode like that, they would have to lay more than they can cover.
Now, just a stupid question. I don't know. Do one produce more heat than another?
I don't know.
That might be a good little test for those sensors that I got in my warming cabinet to tell me the temperature. I can put a sensor in a Carney colony and a sensor in a Italian colony and see how much temperature difference it is when they first start brooding.
That's a good question, man. I don't know. Brian, are you running Carnies or Italians, or what do you got out there?
I got mutts. I don't know. I haven't bought many queens. Most of my stock comes from swarms I've caught in the area. And then I raise queens off of my best colonies. So probably half of my queens are swarm queens. The other half are queens that I've raised myself. So I don't know. All kinds.
See, this was my first swarm last year that Bob liked.
Yeah, it's the one from the pickup truck?
Yep.
That
box was full. Even after I got them into the 10 frame box, it still looked like they needed a split.
Look at that lid.
But see that box right there looks like the nukes. When I got those 5 nukes,
they're banging on the door.
That's what.
Did you get it?
Yes.
That's what they look like. Now, how big did that colony end up getting? Do you know? This year?
I ended up they swarmed on me one time, and then I ended up with 3 supers on them. And that's from a swarm. I got 3 supers of honey on them.
That's pretty awesome.
Big strong. I would, when it comes to queens, like you say, if you keep breeding, that was one thing that even Cayman said was, he kept breeding off of the best highs that he had, and he's had more success, better looking queens and colonies and stuff like that. And of course, if you got your own queens, you don't have a problem killing a queen if it ain't up to
or merging colonies together or anything,
Right. You're right there. Oh, this is a crap queen. Get rid of her. Let's get another queen in here.
Well, I found that with just having those queens when I was buying them in bulk and selling some, that I didn't hesitate going over there and making a split, grabbing a queen, boom, dropping her off in a box. It was pretty interesting.
There was a study, I'm going to say Tarpey down there in Georgia did it at the Bee Lab, where they were talking about bringing a box of bees from Georgia and coming to Maryland with it, let's say. And there was always a problem with the bees not doing well and stuff. Of course, that could also be beekeeper error because most new beekeepers, were getting them and killing them. But there was also a scientific, I'll say, hypothesis type of thing where the bees are in Georgia. They know where all the plants are and all the nectar and different things that they need. And let's say they're sick. Well, they need to go over here and get some type of, I don't know, tree sap or nectar or whatever, and it fixes their problem. So they know where the drugstore is. I'll put it to you that way. If you take them and you take them 400 miles up the road, when they get there and they're sick, they don't know where to get food from in order to fix their problems. And that might be a feasible idea of whatever on how things work.
But
What I'm getting at is when you raise your own queens, they're used to your climate environment and they do better.
My Pepto Pink Queen didn't make it.
How much of that do you think is taught versus naturalization?
What is that? What you call that, Spanky?
Well, whenever something adapts to the environment, I would consider naturalization.
Okay, well, that's what it seems to.
But you were taught English. You know what I mean?
Right.
You weren't born speaking English. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I agree. I agree with you there that they adapt to their environment, because they were there. That's where they raised. But I think also the parent queen has built up, I'll say, the genetics to adapt to the area. And also, I don't know, it's all
because I'm
theory.
wondering if they don't learn off of some other bee species. Because I used to grow pineapple sage. I don't know if you know what that plant is.
No.
Yeah.
And here it would come up in the fall. It would be one of the last things to come up right before the freeze. And it has what we would consider a hummingbird bloom on it. It's really hard for pollinators to really access it because it's got such long blooms.
Yeah.
But the carpenter bees know how to cheat at that. They just go right up to it, cut into it, and take from it.
Yeah.
And so I'd see carpenter bees doing it. And then it wasn't too long after the carpenter bees went to it, I started seeing the honeybees going to it, and they were doing the exact same behavior. And I got video of it on my channel of all these honeybees doing the exact same behavior as the carpenter bees, and you could see the carpenter bees on the plant as well. They were all doing the same thing, cutting and stealing.
Holding it.
And I was asking the question, do they instinctively know to steal, or have these honeybees learned from observing the carpenter bees on how to get into that plant?
Yeah, or let's say the carpenter bee goes and makes the opening, and then they come in behind them,
But they were all over the plant, and you could watch them. They were cutting it open with like their mandibles. They knew.
Oh yeah.
But did they know how to cheat, or did they watch that carpenter bee do it?
Well, I watched the thing.
One tell the other.
I think I watched the thing on Discovery Channel. I think it was Discovery or History or one of those channels, and they showed that bees will follow other bees to plant sources, like honeybees will follow other honeybees to where the nectar sources are. And I guess once one figures out they can get the nectar from that hole, then the other ones will figure it out too.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they naturally know how to cheat, or if it was a case of observation. Because we've seen that before. We've observed some stuff before. Like I was watching a program where, the orca, the killer whales, one of them had figured out how to get onto a ledge, and it was grabbing the seal pups, which was very dangerous for the whale, but it had figured out how to do it, and it was teaching its young how to do that. Right. And they were like, oh my goodness, this behavior, it's learned this, and it's teaching its offspring this very dangerous behavior. This is unprecedented. And I was wondering if it was the same with these honeybees, if they had learned instead of instinctively knowing it.
So this is the those Carney nukes when I was putting them in. This is what they look like when I got them.
Man.
Yeah, that's the ones that were overstuffed, huh?
Yeah, and of those colonies, those 4 right there, 3 of them made it. 1 of them didn't make it. That colony right there made it. The first colony I put in made it, and then the next one I put in made it. But those were the ones that people ordered and thought they would ship them, and they told them they wouldn't ship them, but they already had them come in. So I got them at a discount, and and they made a lot of honey this year. I mean, they were just falling everywhere, and I just put them in there with 5 blank foundations, and they drew those out and all those supers out too. So let me see. Let me get to the next one, guys, so we're not watching like 100 minutes of my own. And this
So
one,
Bob, see your setup there where you had like the 5 frames going in the middle and 2 on one side and 3 on the other side?
yep.
Right? Your basic way of installing a nuke. The past 2 years here in Colorado, I've had people call me for help with their colonies for Russian nukes that are coming in. We have 1 or 2 people that bring in Russian nukes.
Mhm.
They install their nukes just like that, and those nukes just swarm out. They start raising queen cells. They ignore the 5 frames of foundation right there, and then they just perceive it as not space for them. It's happened with Russian nukes in the past 2 years. I've seen it a couple times.
Well, all of those frames when I got them
Yeah,
had queen cells all over them. They were ready to swarm out of that box.
they were packed in that box for too long.
So I think.
But my point is this: sometimes when you give colonies space in the form of undrawn foundation, they don't perceive it as extra space, and they're just going to proceed with their swarming behavior.
So something like that. Would you checkerboard them in if you didn't have the extra foundation, or would you?
Well, I'd make sure I'm feeding them a light syrup for sure to
Right.
encourage them. And checkerboarding, maybe if it's warm enough. That's a temperature dependent thing.
I'll tell you, I've seen some of them install it the way you are there, 3 on one side, 2 on the other, and drop the 5 in the middle. But I've seen them also, if they're afraid of the swarming issue, they'll drop 2 frames in the middle, 1 with the queen, 1 with just bees, and then checkerboard the rest. That way you got 2 of the original in the center together, and then checkerboard everything else.
And this,
so they can at least cluster on 2 frames.
This was a good 8 months ago. So this was in April, I guess, when I put these in. And, they just went to town. So really 4 of the 5 made it.
That's not bad.
So far. So yeah, so it was.
I had one time. This was probably my third year as a beekeeper. My second or third year. I bought 2 nukes from a quote unquote reputable dealer here in the area, and I brought those nukes home. And those nukes, the capped brood was emerging with deformed wings. Like those nukes were dead on arrival. They were so awful, and that's when I decided I was going to start raising my own bees from there. I was like, I'm not giving anyone else my money to do this anymore. I'm going to start raising my own.
Well, now I feel like I've got a good core stock. I've got a couple different variety of bees right in the yard. I've got Italians and Carnies, and for me, I don't really care. I don't really care that about the breed. As long as they're healthy and they're doing what they need to do and they survive down here, then I'm okay with it. But it's like, I couldn't have done that with my hive tool again if I tried, by the way. Drop it and make it land right there and then not be able to find it the next time. But that is, and that was actually a live video too. So,
so were you looking for cells there? Is that why you shook that frame?
Yeah, I was shaking them to make sure there was no swarm cells on there. And just trying to knock them out before they could swarm, and they stayed. They worked, but that one just, I don't know if they ended up going queenless or whatever. They ended up dying out, but it was a just a good good experience. And I like to do it. I don't like to buy my bees either, but I do like to diversify my genetics in my yard a little bit. So every once in a while, every couple of years, maybe I buy a couple nukes. Or I actually had the idea, if there's people around here that wanted to swap nukes, right? Like I make a nuke out of mine and they make a nuke out of theirs, and we just swap them, and we're just swapping genetics, no charge to each other, right? Just as long as they're kind of equally powerful colonies, I guess, strength wise.
That's
are you
fun.
no ventilation for the top? And I put a handy board with a spacer and then insulated 1 inch. Yeah, I don't insulate mine. Don't have to here necessarily. I don't know if other people are. You insulate yours, Brian, a little bit?
I just do a top insulation, no upper ventilation at all. And then I have a shim with a sugar brick, so that's absorbing any extra moisture as well. So I'm keeping that top warm and letting that moisture go to the sides to condense on the sides.
Well, I figure even with the condensation that's in there, as long as it's not dripping right on the colony, that they're going to lick it up, right? They need
it. Yeah, they will use it. Absolutely.
So as long as it's not dropping right on them, I feel okay with a little bit of condensation. We got Lee again. Lee's like, well, I might be able to stay on for an hour. We've been on.
I know. I was looking at that. I wanted a little bit over again. The old lady told me a few minutes ago dinner been ready.
It's Friday. And then Daisy's bringing me some New York nukes to introduce to the yard. So that'll be interesting.
So is Glade new in our chat?
I haven't seen Glade before, so welcome to the chat. Glade's in Utah.
Yeah, he's like a neighbor.
Yeah, I think he said northeast Utah.
Yeah,
should be
so
too far.
He's Southern Canadian, or no? What's north of Utah?
Montana.
Idaho. That's right, yeah. Idaho.
So, are you close to Dinosaur National Monument? Is that far northeast? I know I've been to Moab a couple times. Fruita is a great mountain biking town on the western side of Colorado that's close to Utah. Utah's got some beautiful parks, man. It's a beautiful state.
It is, especially when you come like up 80 and then you cut down off of 80 to go to like Salt Lake City, and you're going through over the Twin Sisters there, the mountains. Yeah, I used to drive tractor trailer, and our company was based out of West Valley City, right outside of Salt Lake.
I've been eyeballing that Colorado Trail too, though, for mountain biking. Told the old lady I want to try to do something before I get too old and can't do it.
Well,
but that's like a 540 mile trail.
Trails.
It's a long trail. Yeah, it starts pretty close to Denver and goes all the way to like the Four Corners area of the state.
It's like 540 miles.
Is that the trail that I saw where the cougar was attacking bikers that were coming down there and knocking them off?
I think that was California.
Yeah.
Was it California?
I think so.
Elk County. I'm in Roosevelt, Utah, about 45 minutes from Dinosaur.
There you go.
Okay.
So, hey, Sharon, I just saw you came in.
I ain't seen Sharon in a little bit.
And Mark Miller. What's going on, Mark? I'm surprised you haven't made the guest appearance tonight. He's probably he might be getting live chatted out. He's on our stream, then he was on Hillbilly stream.
He's working hard last night.
Mark was in the comments a little bit earlier, too.
The three.
Pedicure.
Do what?
Oh, at other time he said he's getting a pedicure. I told him to get on here.
He was getting a pedicure.
Oh.
I probably need one of those, my wife would say. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm getting really excited about Hive Life because that's like it's like a kid waiting for Christmas, right? It's next week. Oh my gosh, it's next week.
6 days until meet and greet.
Yeah, I had one guy that I met, not in meeting, but he's up there in Canada, and He's flying to Atlanta, and then he's going to drive up from Atlanta, I guess, to see the States. I don't know why he would drive that far up, but anyway, we're supposed to get together. He's got one of them hive lifters that I've been looking at.
You're gonna end. I feel confident Charlie's gonna be leaving Hive Life with an order slip or something in his hand for one of them.
Well, the problem of it is you got Boris that makes him things, but he's not in Hive Life. It's like, wish he would come down. If he had one there and I liked it after, giving it kicking the tires and stuff, that thing be in my van going home.
Well, you
I
got.
think I've done that. I love toy. I want to buy it Hive Life. I talked to somebody on it today. I had to call to find out some information to make sure something would work with it.
You talked to me about it too. You sent me a text looking at new toys. I'm like, oh my gosh.
What's that?
Are you going to tell us, or are you going to leave it hanging there?
I'm leave you hanging.
I know what it is. I should blurt it out.
I heard what it is.
Well, let me just say he was talking to a guy named Rob. So let's say that.
Oh, he called Maryland, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, he called 30 minutes from my house.
Yeah, I had to make sure what battery would work with something.
I'm excited about those products, but I'm going to wait a little bit. I think the product's going to improve. I think they're going to improve their battery use. I think the prices are going to go down. I'm excited about the cordless potential, but I think I'm going to wait a year or two on that one.
I agree.
I've got the original Larabi's here.
Yeah, that's what I have.
But
the corded one.
I hate either having to get the generator out. Well, at the house, I either use the generator or I run a 100-foot extension cord. And then all my out yards, I'm using a battery inverter and then having to run a 100-foot cord. If you got the cordless, I mean, you can just run down the line and be done. And I think I would get out there a little more often doing that. I hate having to pull cords out, roll them up.
It's just as much work pulling out a cord as it is pulling a 12-volt battery to a backyard or wherever, So I might as well just bring a 12-volt battery and use a wand.
Well, I'm going to find out next year because this year I used the Apivar and cut back my oxalic acid use because I felt like I was using 2 treatments, right? So hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, they all do well. I mean, I just didn't oxalic acid as much as I had in the past because that's all I was doing. And this year I kind of swapped it off a little bit. And
that's like I was watching is it Nathan out there at Duck River hunting?
Yeah.
And man, he was having some crappy looking mite drops.
Yeah, he was.
And I'm like, I was wondering, I was gonna ask him in the comments that what did you do prior to that vaporization thing? And because I mean I did Formic, and then I backed that up with Apivar, and then I come behind that with oxalic acid. Now it's been really warm here this week, and it's supposed to be warm here next week, which is a little bit too warm for OA. I mean, everybody, I like it at 48 degrees where they're not really flying. There it is.
Hey, you finished.
And
I heard my name somewhere.
I heard something about Mark Miller and a pedicure, but I'm not saying who said that.
Yeah, I was getting a pedicure a couple of weeks ago.
So you're getting around on the lives, man. You're like doing the world tour for lives. You're on ours, then you're on Hillbillies, then you're back on ours again.
Yeah.
You're getting as much live streams as I do.
I'm telling you.
Well, it's good to have you on.
Been getting around. I'm listening to the Brian, y'all, and Charlie. Y'all have some good stuff tonight.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
I mean, I enjoy you, Mark, because you've got a lot of knowledge and tips and tricks and little things that matter that you don't read in any kind of book.
It's called Hard Knocks.
We tried to keep it a little bit low tech, though. I mean, we don't get into too much science too deep in it because I think there's a group of people that like that, and then there's a lot of people that it's like just too much, you know.
Yeah,
For
Earl
me.
likes that.
I totally agree. Yeah.
So
No, but I mean, if you got a like I don't know, let's say a technique like you know, testing your Chinese grafting tool on your thumbnail to make sure the thing's flexible. Those little things, you know, you don't hear it. It's not written in any kind of book. You just know that by experience, and you have experience in the queen area, and there's things that you've done and an experience that none of us have, which makes the queen rearing more successful and stuff. So,
well,
you know,
here's a question for you, Mark. I know you've went to putting your queen cells in an incubator and hatching them out in the roller cage. Have you noticed when you were just introducing, before you went to that system, when you were just introducing queen cells and they were hatching out, what kind of return on your queens were you getting back percentage wise? Do you know? Do you have an idea? Like if you put 10 in, how many of them were flying back mated?
That's a hard question to answer, Bob. That weather has a lot of dependency on that.
Well, let's just
are you
say,
talking about comparing the two, or is that what you're talking about?
I mean, you can compare them, but I was just saying that if you were like, to give you an idea, what we were talking about, I don't know at what point you came into the stream, but I've got a big queen and nuke place an hour from here. They'll sell me queen cells for, last year it was $5 for a queen cell.
Right.
That was, you know, that they grafted. And in the beginning of the season, when I start doing splits, I was thinking about buying, I don't know, 30 queen cells and making my splits with the queen cells, and letting them go out and fly and come back. But then I was wondering, well, if I do that, how many of them can I really actually expect to return mated? Assuming we got the drone population and all that stuff, what percentage would you think would actually come back? Or would I be better to just take those queen cells, go ahead and put them in a roller cage, put them in my incubator, and incubate them until they hatch, then introduce them to, you know, a frame of bees and brood in a box, you know?
Okay, Bob, that's going to depend whether you've got cold weather, windy weather, and you need to, I would candle them cells. I would candle them to make sure they're viable cells before I even put them in. And if it was virgins, for instance, you can inspect them virgins and you know they're liable, they're good, they don't have any deformities. So therefore with sales, you've got all that you have to think about. You have to take all that in consideration. You know, I would say 10 sales and you've got 2 there that's not even viable. You can candle them and rule them out. You know, you can take that cell and crack it open and look, put it back together even.
You could probably candle it there on site.
Yeah. So, man, it's a lot to, I can't really tell you, Bob. That's hard. That's a hard one to answer. There's so many different variables there.
well, Mark, do you have, I'll say, a feel that you have a better success with virgin queens when you put them in a mating box?
Not really. No, I like sales better as far as coming back. Yeah, but I'm gonna candle them and make sure they're good. You know, I'm gonna crack them open if I have to. If they don't
All
look
right.
good.
Well, now I've not candled a cell. I mean, you're going to put a flashlight behind them, I presume.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then
sir.
what? And then what are you looking for?
Make sure there's a cell in there or a queen in there.
A queen in there.
Yeah.
Die somewhere in the process.
Assume it's similar to a chicken egg.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Same principle. That way I ain't wasting that nuke over there that I'm putting it in, you know. Just makes your success rate better. So
Especially if you're paying for the sales.
yeah, well $5 is not bad at all. I mean, if they're good sales.
Well,
The thing about sales, Bob, if it's early and it's cold, you're better off to put virgins in. I think you can get by with less brood. Number one.
So, see, the guy told me he would have queen cells down here the first week of March. And usually in the past, he's given me a couple queen cells, like when I buy queens from him. And he said they should hatch in a day or two. So, and they're an hour east of me. So it's not like, way far away demographically.
Just make sure when you're carrying them along, you got them warm. You don't let them get chilled.
Yeah, I'll take my inverter and plug my incubator inside the truck while I carry them.
What about orientation? Because I know that can mess them up. But is it time related? Like if it falls over, it's not going to instantly harm it. Versus if it's laying over for a long time.
If it's mature enough, if you 10 days, really, they're good enough. I mean, you could probably drop it. I wouldn't recommend it. You could probably drop it and it'd still be good. But if you pulled it any earlier than that, that wax around the cell's still soft, and it's going to damage the wings hadn't developed yet.
That's what I heard. Was about the cell orientation and the wings not growing right if you don't have them orientated right.
Right. You don't want to handle them if they're too young. Well, it don't hurt to handle them. Just be careful what you're doing.
Well, I'm more so meant like if you lay it down, like if it falls over in the car ride home or something,
Yeah.
It's not secured right or something.
If it's old enough, it'll be fine. It's fine.
Well, from what they've told me in the past with their cells, that they should hatch within a day or so.
Them are fine, Bob, as long as you don't let them get chilled.
I just didn't know if they got like stiffling or something like that going on, I didn't know if
I would just take a bunch of roller cages and pop them in the roller cages and stand them up. Try to stand them up in the incubator for the ride home. And
if you're just picking up cells, just take you a piece of wood and drill you some holes in a piece of 2x4. That's what I use. Just stick them in there and bring them on.
Just bring them. You just stand them up where the cell.
What he's saying is get a 2x4 and drill a hole the size of a little bit bigger than I
think it's 7/8. 7/8 would be.
Is that what it is? Drill some blind holes, and then all you do is place the cells into those blind holes.
It acts as a protection, right?
Yeah, if you're gonna get 30, just drill you 30 holes in a 2x4. Where they'll fit inside your incubator that you're carrying with you, right? You might want to put 10 in one 2x4, make 3 of them. Just set your cells in there. And just take you a piece of foam or something, lay over the top of them cells, take your rubber band, put around that 2x4. They're not going to come out.
You talking about the width of the cell cups or the width of the actual?
Yeah, just a little bigger to where that lip will sit on it. Just a little bigger. In fact, I hatch them out in a 2x4 all the time. I don't even put them in hair rollers a lot of times. I'll just leave them in that 2x4. I got number 8 hardwire wire stapled on the bottom where they can't get out. And if I knew they're going to hatch, I'll just pull that cell out, tear the cell out, and she'll come up out of the hole, and then I'll put her in a cage, go to the next one, inspect each one of them, put them in the cage.
The top of the cell cup the actual cups that you put them in is 3/4 of an inch.
So you give it an extra 8, like he said, 7/8 for the thickness of the cocoon.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, Charlie. I can't remember.
Well, he said it was 3/4 out the plastic. So let's say 1/8 of an inch of cocoon. That would be just about right.
Yeah. And in a 2x4, you've got just enough room. Put your cell in there. She's got room to hatch out. you've drilled all the way through you too before. You've got wire underneath here. She can't go nowhere. Cell's holding her in.
Right.
When they hatch, you go in there and check them every day, But when in fact, you take and feed them you go ahead and put your feed in there if you know you're going to hatch them. You can take another cup, one of them cell cups like Lee's got, stick it in that wire in the bottom, take a syringe and shoot your food in there. When she hatches out, she's automatically got food. Boom. So you don't have to worry about it no more. All you got to do is go in the day they're going to hatch, start pulling them out one at a time. Just don't let 2 or 3 of them get loose. And
are you marking them when they're virgin, or are you letting them get mated first and come back?
I let them get mated. I don't mark them right then.
Hey,
it just depends on what I'm doing and how much time I got.
How do you introduce those, Mark? Those virgins?
The virgins. I make sure they're hopelessly queenless before I introduce virgin.
Do you direct them, or do you direct introduce them, or do you put a candy plug, or how do you do that?
I walk them right through the front entrance.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I did that. I had the 2-frame mating boxes with queenless, completely queenless hive, and it's got a migratory lid on it. I just opened up the lid and I happened to have her in a cage, or actually I put her out on a frame just to show in the video. And then she just walked off the frame down in those 2 frames, and that was it. Come back in 2 weeks. She was laying and everything, doing a great job.
Yeah, either way, you can pop the lid and drop her in, or put her right in the front. As long as it's hopelessly queenless, you're fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, I hate to say bye early, but
you
done, and I got some stuff to do, and I'm an hour and a half past time myself. I told Bob I was going to run for an hour.
Yeah.
I hope y'all.
I'm going to get a cigarette, so I'll be right back.
Hey,
y'all have a good night.
That microphone camera you got, that's impressive. That was cool. Microscope, yeah.
Yeah, I think he said he paid like $30 for that thing on Amazon. It plugs right into his USB.
Really?
Yeah, cheap little one.
So that's a pretty cool little thing.
What is that? Harbor Freight has that Inside Track Club or whatever.
Right.
They have a scope camera that I'm thinking about buying. It's regular $85. It's kind of like what Brian used, but it's not as fancy as that. But they've got one of those, and they've got it marked down to 65 or 60. Yeah. So
I've got that scope. It's kind of like, if you've seen my little flare gun, it looks kind of like that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's got a little 2.5-inch screen on it.
Mm-hmm. And the only thing is, when you take pictures with it, it likes to make these little tiny photos when you upload.
I was wondering if it even recorded. I just thought it just showed you the image. I thought you might have
to record. It's got an SD card in it.
Oh, does it? Okay. Well, that's positive.
So that's the one I've got. I've used it exactly one time. I bought it.
It's not something I'm that interested in, but I'm like, okay, that's just a cool tool to have if you need to look inside a wall or something.
Yeah, I've used it for a bee removal at a church where the bees had moved down in the cinder block post.
Right.
The awning up, and I just ran the scope down in there until you hit the honey. Right. I hit the honey right away, and it messed the camera up, so I'd take it out and do it. But yeah, I could see down in there. It was pretty cool. But I haven't used it on my colonies yet.
So,
Charlie,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I was just going to say, most of you guys were on that chat last night with Hillbilly Hives, or was it last night or 2 nights ago? No, it was last night. Yeah, Mark, you were on there with Corey and all that. That was a really cool chat, but I got really frustrated because you guys were talking about stuff that I'd never heard about, and I couldn't understand the basis of it. And
I couldn't see the chat from my phone. When I tried to push chat, then I disappeared for some reason. So I don't know.
So I'm kind of with you, Philip. I'm not familiar with the Harbo assay, so maybe you could describe that a little bit, Mark, because that was one that you talked about a lot, and I didn't get that at all.
Well, yeah, before Mark does that, I went and looked at. Corey has a video out. It's a long video. It's a long presentation, PowerPoint presentation, and it took me. Matter of fact, I fell asleep during it, and I woke up today and thank goodness YouTube starts the videos when you end them. And I found at the very end of that thing, he goes into detail about how they count those mites and how they score those. It's very detailed. So I would recommend you guys go hunt that down. But I can't remember what it was called, but it's a PowerPoint. And I was kind of bored to death at the beginning of it because it's at least 30 minutes of why VSH
Like
is
background
really
stuff. Yeah.
to use. But at the very end, he gets into those exact details that I was dying for last night. So it's there. You just kind of got to dig for it.
Right.
Okay.
I couldn't sit here and explain it in 5 minutes. It's a lot to it. It is, you know. The main thing is when you pull a brood frame out and you're gonna check, right, is to get the right age worker brood. That's the key. You're gonna be scraping the cappings off, looking for mama mites that's having babies, and you want that brood to be the right age. You don't want them to be too early or too late. Either way, it's got to be the right age.
And you pull 100 of them out.
Pull 100 of them, do 100 essay. If you get to 100, go to 150. You get to 150, you ain't found none, go to 200. Right. That's going to tell you how good they are. But now you can't treat just before doing that because that's going to give you a false positive, right?
That makes sense.
So you have to be careful about all that. Like Corey, he don't treat. He don't have to treat. They take care of it themselves. Okay. So then he waits and goes through the winter and he already knows his number one colonies and he'll start checking in the spring and that's what he breeds from. Where me, I treat. So I'm having to wait, you know, like my last treatment will be probably this weekend. I'll probably do oxalic one more time. So I'll wait till peak of mite season. From now until peak of mite season, I won't treat no more. I won't have to. So then I'll pull my brood cone out then and check it then. But the only problem I've got with that is it's so late in the ball game to breed off of them. So I tag them if they make it through the winter without any treatment. That's what I'm gonna breed off of. Okay, because I do treat. I'm not totally. I don't have that in all my colonies yet. I have it in a lot of them, but I don't have it in all of them yet. You know, so I do treat.
Well, that brings up because you're trying to do it to improve your stock.
Through my stock.
You're trying to improve your stock. That's the reason you want to breed off those bees, right?
Right.
You know,
right now I'm doing it off an AI queen that sped me up. See, Corey just saved me 10 years. Is what he done basically.
Right, but as a queen breeder, Corey wants a good score also. If he's gonna, you know, he wants to breed off good queens. He wants a good, and queen breeders going to want a good score, so they're better off checking in the spring when the varroa count's going to be lower anyway. So they got a better chance of getting a good score, so they can sort of stack the deck in their favor, obviously.
But where I'm talking about though is he's treading backwards though if he's checking that late because he can't breed off of them. It's so late in the season. See,
he said in his presentation that his first step is to get a queen that is gentle, made a lot of honey, good brood pattern, and has made it through one winter already.
Right.
Then that VSH is the last step.
Yep.
For determining it.
They got to score high.
That's got to happen in the spring. I don't think you can do that in the fall because now you got nearly a 2-year-old queen.
Right.
You run the risk of her not even making it.
But see, I have another thing I have to deal with, and that's the state inspector. I can't sell no bees until I'm inspected in the spring.
Right.
Okay? So I have to pass that. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. I can't sell no bees if I fail it. Of course, they're looking for American foul brood, and I'm not worried about that. I don't have any of that in my yard, you know, cross my fingers, put it that way. But, so I don't want a bunch of varroa going in the winter.
Right.
Period. So I'm going to treat until I get host resistance down to the point to where I'm not seeing but ones and twos. Then I'll let them go. But right now, I'm not totally there. I've got colonies that will do that, yes. But all 50 of them, 75 of them, no. I don't have that yet. But I'm getting there.
So, Mark, how did Corey, I know he's been at it for 10 years, but how did he, I'll say, develop that bee that he's got now? That he's, as far as being varroa resistant?
He's bought breeder queens from all over the world, pretty much.
That were genetically.
They were
whatever.
artificially inseminated from Harbo and Kobe and
Sue Kobe.
yeah, all of them. So then he just kept with it over time. Just kept doing what he was doing.
Yeah. And one thing he mentions is that if he goes in and does that test, that Harbo test, and it's not a good score, he kills that queen immediately and puts in one that had a good score.
That's right.
His stock.
Keeps his yard top notch, basically.
Is that all he does for a living, or is he I know he went to college.
No, he's head over transportation at a.
Yeah, didn't he say he works a job and that's basically a hobby?
Yeah, it's just a sideline. He just loves bugs. He loves bugs. He's a bugologist.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like to me that I definitely keeps really strict records of all that stuff and
Oh yeah.
everything.
Well, he bought AI queens before he even knew how to craft.
Really?
He was buying AI queens 10 years ago, or 12 years ago before he even knew how to craft, and then he learned how to craft after he bought AI queens. So that tells you how serious he is about it.
And now he does the AI.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that to me looks very difficult. We were talking about, grafting. That's nothing compared to AI.
Well, if you want to get an idea of that, go to New River Honeybees, and he's up in West Virginia. He does it. He works for the school board, but he does AI stuff. And he had a video, kind of like a PowerPoint presentation, to give you a basic idea of what you're up against financially.
It's
And
expensive.
it starts at $2,000 and you go all the way up to $10,000.
2,000 for what now?
Yeah.
Well, all the equipment and stuff like that. And he's got like those semen, what do you call them? Them jugs filled with liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, liquid nitrogen. Keep the
Yeah.
semen in. That semen's like $1,000 a meal.
Well, he was collecting like drone semen and stuff like that. And he had AI stuff and Sue Kobe type stuff. And, but he showed like he was prepping to, let's say, suck up drone semen. I mean, he treated that whole operation like he was in some kind of a hospital surgical room where he's cleaning, the tubing and the surfaces around the whole operation. And it was quite impressive. I mean, it's like,
Bob Benny has a good video on what's his name, that the Indian guy that does.
Yeah,
that's, and man, just the process he follows with backwashing everything with saline.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm gonna try to get over to Corey's and just sit down and watch him do it whenever he's doing it. Maybe film him a little bit, later on. And maybe he'll let me sit down and look through the magnifying glass and see what he's doing,
But it's a whole thing. I mean, they got to have the CO2 tanks, right? The queens to sleep, and
it's a lot to it. It's a headache, like he said.
Now, the guy at New River Honeybees, his he was talking about he had one of those grafting or microscopes or whatever he uses for that, and he would put it up for a prize because what he wanted was a microscope that he could look, binocular microscope, he could look in there, but it also had a screen up on the wall that you could watch up there also.
Yeah.
All at the same time, where the other one didn't do all that. And he was invited by the Queen Grafters Association around West Virginia or someplace, and took that class and got certified and that kind of thing. And he has about 4 or 5 lines of bees, and puts all that kind of stuff out. He's had some back issues here recently. That's why he's kind of like, hear too much about him here lately. So, but anyway, we were talking about just grafting and stuff like here at the back, in your own house. And for me, that level of queen rearing and queen production and whatever, it's beyond me, number one. And number two, I just don't have the interest for that,
Right.
to do that, I guess. And like the guy in West Virginia, that's pretty much all he does because it's so involved and everything. He doesn't do any honey or doesn't really make nukes, It's all about queen rearing, selling queens.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I guess you can make pretty good living at selling just queens,
Oh yeah, I mean, some of his AI stuff was several $100s for that queen, and then if they were open mated, they were a little cheaper price. And I remember one night he was going to open his website for queens for sale at midnight on New Year's, New Year's, and from midnight till 1 o'clock in the morning, I think his first batch of queens were completely sold out because of people ordered them.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Whenever I got that AI queen from Corey, I had talked to him the year before, right? Like in the fall. And it was Labor Day when he done her. And like, I don't know, day after Labor Day or 2 days, whatever it was after that, I called him and said, I need to pay you. And he said, well, can you do it through my website? I said, yeah. He said, well, I got to go on here and I've got to open it up and make it look like I've got queens. Right now it's showing out, okay, that I'm out of these artificial inseminated queens. He said, I've got to show that I've got one available and then you can pay for it. And then I'll close it down so I don't get so many orders. Before I could get it paid for, somebody had already wanted and paid for one. Boom! Before I could even get it done, and then he got it closed.
How much if you don't mind me asking, how much was that one queen?
It was $250. That's untested. Now that's been last year. So
and that's when you've been breeding your queens off of, your grafts from.
Right. That's untested, not laying.
I think that when Bob did that, the guy he was talking to said he worked all day long. He could inseminate 5 queens. It took him all day to be 5 queens. So it's a lot of work involved. And
it's a whole lot to it. Yeah.
It's not just.
But now one laying at last year's price was $500.
So you're paying $250 for an inseminated queen, and you don't even know if you get her home and put her in the box if she's going to be worth the squat.
You don't know what she's going to do. She may not lay.
The profit you can make.
And they're less likely to be accepted than other queens too, is what I hear.
They're a lot harder to get accepted. A lot harder. You really got to know what you're doing. It's you got to make sure of a lot of things and use a push-in cage and go out there every day and check and see how they act. It's a lot to it. But once you get her accepted, you're on the road then. It's just a matter of doing it.
Right. That's that's going to be interesting as
That's Bob's next venture.
moving forward. Not artificial insemination. I don't
That's
have
not
that
a-
aspiration. That's too much equipment.
It's a lot of money for one.
And
Yeah.
I think there is a market for that, for like Bob Benny's and Ian Stepler's. And Mark, you bought one, but you bought one, right?
Bought one, yeah, and
But
that's
you
just
heard
to
him,
speed
the
up my
website before he could
process.
even place the order.
Before that, for years, I've just been closely watching them and picking from the good ones. The ones that had low mount counts and the ones that I already knew had the VSH or was uncapping the sales.
Right. Well, I can see some of my colonies that are pulling out brood, right? They're cleaning it, and you can see the brood when they pull it out on the ground or on the landing board or on the bottom board.
Yeah, but now also I will say this: just because they're uncapping, don't mean it's their VSH. That means they have the uncapping gene, but it don't mean that they have the VSH trait, right?
Right.
So, really, you got to do the test.
Bob, you're going to be just like me. We're going to buy an F2 from a VSH, artificial inseminated, and just hope we can get something off of that. I'm
going to drive up to Mark Miller and buy some of his queens.
Yeah, I'll sell the F1s, virgins. Okay, because I don't have time to get a whole bunch of them mated. I've already got 150 of them asked for. So, anything over that.
And that's what really has drive. Back to beekenomics, right? That's what's driving my want to start doing the grafting and stuff, is because I did sell 100 queens here last year, and so
I already sniffed you out, Bob, and I think it's genius that you got other people to buy your queens for you.
Well, I find
all the extras
needs, right? And then I try to fill the need. So when you go to the beekeeping supply store and you ask them, hey, do you guys have queens? And they say, no, we don't have any queens. And they are they're 30 miles from me, and they're the only people I have to shop from. Right. And they don't have them. Well, hey, call me. I've got queens.
Yeah, you took advantage of a great opportunity. I think that was cool.
But now the difference is I sold those that only made $12 a queen, where if I'm grafting them and raising them myself, well, now I'm making $40 a queen. So.
Right.
But if you buy a virgin from me and you get her mated, you get them mated, say you buy 10 of them, right? You get them mated in your yard, then all 10 of them are potential breeder queens.
Right.
So what are they worth?
Yeah. I bought 2 queens my first year to make splits off of, and they were Texas 5000, and one of them got accepted and the other one got killed off. But that one that got accepted, she was so great. I'm still making queens off of her. That was in 2020. So I'm making queens off of her again this spring. So yeah, she was exceptional. So.
And I'm looking at, I've got that one pink box, and even now I'll go out there and there'll be 3 or 4 frames. When I mean frames of brood in there right now, where she's ramping up and she's trying to put the bees out there. Now, as far as, I've told everybody I don't do a mite shake. I haven't ever done a mite shake.
Yeah.
I just treat them, and that's shame on me. I know a lot of people say shame on you. You don't know how effective your mite treatments are. I know I don't, but doing it the way I've done it these last couple of years, I've had pretty good success rate. Like the majority of my colonies make it through winter, and obviously we don't have the temperatures a lot of other people have, but they're making it. So I've kind of stayed with it, except for this year, instead of going just oxalic acid all the time, I did do Apivar, then oxalic acid. So I did mix it up a little bit, but but they're doing pretty good.
I bought that test kit, that easy whatever that is, but I've never used it. What I do is I treat with OA, and then everything's screen bottom board, so I check the mite drops, and if they have a lot, then I just keep treating them until they don't have them. So.
Right.
I like screen bottom boards for that too. With the trays in, I think it gives you a lot of data. And Bob, I do the same thing. I don't test that much. I live in a metro area, so I know there's a lot of mites all around me. The biggest drawback of not doing mite tests is you're not finding those great queens that are constantly keeping their mite levels down. So up to this point in your beekeeping career, you haven't needed that data, right? So maybe this spring is the time to start doing mite tests if you're looking for that right queen to breed from. But in some ways we overcomplicate it. We can just breed from our best queens.
That's right.
They went through the winter. They made a shitload of honey last year. They were gentle. And that's a great place to start. If you look at those parameters, you probably have eliminated 75% of your colonies, and you've got it down to a couple that you can breed from off of. So all this talk about VSH and everything is super valuable, but don't let it overcomplicate the process. You can still pick from your best colonies and still improve your stock. It might not be as quick as Mark is doing with working with the queen from Corey, but it's
get
still
your stock
effective.
improved first, because if your stock is improved to the best that you can do, and you order you one of these queens, and then you start mating with the best of your stock, right? That's what you want.
Yeah.
One thing that always puzzled me was when you see commercial beekeepers that are testing, say, 10% of their colonies. Well, I have 20 colonies out at the farm. Last year I had one colony that consistently had mite drops of 100, 180, and the rest would have less than 10 and 20. Okay. Now, if they didn't pick in their 10%, that one that had that high mount count, they never know anybody had a problem. So, and that, I have high mite and then no mites 3 feet away. So if you're not testing everything, I don't really think you know what you have.
Or just treatment.
A mite wash is just a good representative, and it's a good representative, but that's all it is. It's a good representative.
I think it's only representative of that particular colony. I don't think it's representative
of the area.
But see, you're talking about guys that's got thousands of colonies. There's no way they can check all of them.
There's no way they can, but Brian makes a good point. It's really good if you're picking breeding stock, because you don't want to breed from high mite counts. I think I'm probably going to do it from reasonably high mite counts, because they make a hell of a lot of honey. But I treat with OA pretty much throughout the year, except for in the middle of honey season. But
I've had colonies that I've loved that I thought to myself, I'm going to breed off of this colony. And then I pulled honey supers off of and I treated and watched the mites just rain down. And I thought to myself, everything's great about this colony except how they're handling their mites. So it just kind of bumped them down so far on the list of potential breeders just because of that.
Right.
Yeah, that selection process is the art of it, really.
But that's why I like those screen bottom boards, because you can get a lot of information from those trays when you do mite tests, and even not when you do mite tests. You can learn a lot from your colony from that debris that falls onto those trays.
Well, let me ask you this: if you've got colonies that have high mite loads, but they're still surviving, you're treating them with, like, oxalic acid, something that's gentle.
Yeah.
And you're knocking the mites back, but they're still surviving. Does that necessarily make them a bad colony for your personal needs? Not necessarily.
No. So what I'll do is, if they survive the winter, I'll keep that queen as long as she's still doing well. But I'll pull their brood off of them, but not use their genetics to breed. I'll be using other genetics to breed, but using their brood frames to make those splits. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Resources.
Yeah, that brood will die off eventually, and then it'll be replaced with her stock, right?
And that colony that I had at the farm, They even had some what's it, that bee paralysis viruses where they just kind of wander around on top of the frame and don't even run from smoke. They look kind of wet. Beginning of spring, but they pulled through that, and now they don't show any mite counts. On they come through fine. I don't know how that happens, but they did. Maybe they requeen themselves.
So I wonder if at Hive Life, if anybody's going to have any mite treatments there, if there's going to be any like Apivar or anything for sale out there.
Yeah, Nod's going to be there.
Who?
Which is Nod, NOD. Formic, they're the Formic people
Formic,
and Apivar people.
If they got Apivar, then maybe, but I can't use Formic during when I need to use Formic here because it's just too
high. Use Formic. We don't have a window really where you can use Formic. Maybe 2 weeks in the spring and 2 weeks in the fall.
Yeah,
that's depends on how you're using it. If
well,
you're using the 2 pads, or if you're doing 1 pad and then another pad.
Yeah, but it says the temperature has got to be under 80 degrees, right?
But that's most critical in the first 3 days. That's
3 days.
Nod told me directly. I got an email from Nod directly telling me that.
Yeah,
And
the
Randy
first 3 days is the
Oliver,
most critical.
I was going to say, Randy Oliver's got an article in ABJ about like different modifications of how you can use Formic, like leaving it in the package partially as a way to manipulate the release of the chemicals. And there's different ways that he tested in the article that I forget, but that was pretty interesting one.
Well, I got a bucket of that ApiGuard, where you can manipulate the dosage size depending on temperatures. Now I did use Formic Pro this year, and I used it last year, but I happened to get that window of opportunity for about 2 weeks there. That was, as like I said in my videos, it's got to be 80 degrees or a little less for me. And low humidity. Now they might not say nothing about the label on that, but I feel that's a huge point to watch out for.
Now, I saw Craig Branch in March. He put Apivar strips on in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only reason I bought it, to be honest with you. I had no intention on using Apivar at all, and I saw him do it, which he's a little bit north of me. But by the time Man Lake shipped it to me, first of all, it was short dated, and second, I felt like the flow had already started here, so I didn't want to put any treatments in the colony. So I waited till later after the honey flow to put them in. And
definitely, I mean, you southern guys has got to look at it differently, as far as what you can use.
Well,
I try to use at least 3 different products. So next year, I've pretty much used up all my Apivar, and I'm thinking I'm going to go away from that and do my Formic, do my ApiGuard, and oxalic acid. Depending on weather conditions.
Right.
Now, the ApiGuard, they basically kind of makes a brood break is what it does. So I'll probably use that early on, mid-July, and probably do I'm going to say, instead of doing the 50-gram dose every 2 weeks, I would do either 33 or 25. 25 for 4 weeks in a row. Small dose, but continuous. Well,
Here's what I'm fixing to start working on is my label. I'm sick of this label. I want a new label.
you got my label.
Yeah.
That's the exact same label I got.
I want to change it.
What's on the back of your honey jar?
The
that thing.
Yeah. All those on it.
Yeah, I don't put that on mine. All I put is the dumb label on there.
Do you put that on?
It says local honey.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm gonna work on that this year too.
Anybody that's going to be at Hive Life on Wednesday, we're getting a group of us together for dinner Wednesday night. So if you're interested, like Brian, you might be there, or maybe not Wednesday. You're muted.
I'm coming Thursday.
Okay. Well, Thursday is the meet and greet, right? So
Yeah, I'll be there. You guys
maybe
will be there, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe we'll
Nice.
meet up after or something like that. What you got on there, Spanky? I see your
Oh,
thing.
that's that Formic Pro email. As you can see, I wrote them because I was doing that 20-day where you apply the strips one at a time, and I had where the second strip was going to be above the recommended temperature. You can see down there at the bottom where I wrote them.
Right.
And they told me on day 10, even though it's above 85 degrees, to apply it without delay. It is only the first 3 days of treatment that should be below, what does it say, 9 degrees F?
Below 85.
85.
No, the email says, I think 90. It's hard to read it on there.
Oh,
So
at the
below
top.
10.
Yeah, it should be below 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That's from Nod directly.
Right.
And that's for Formic.
Yeah, Performance
Yeah.
Pro.
Okay, yeah.
If I've got 80-degree weather, I'm gonna slap 2 pads on.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna put it to them.
Yeah, Dennis, did it hurt my bees and queens? No, it didn't seem to. As far, I mean, now it was like 78 degrees. It was low humidity for about 2 weeks. I just had a window there, and like Spanky said, about 4 days, and that strip dries up and gets kind of hard.
Yeah.
And you know,
You just set those on top of the frames?
yeah, the top of the brood frames, right over top.
they send a piece like a card that shows the orientation in the pack.
Yeah.
If you have a double deep 10, Bob, put it in between the boxes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I had any. I did have some queen issues this year, but I do know that one of the hives was queenless when I put that stuff in. I happened to notice it, and then also I found another hive after, but I think it was also queenless because I mean, in 2 weeks there was no brood, no nothing in those hives at all, and I don't think that you would have still had cat brood in there for 2 weeks while that stuff was in there, I would think. So I can't blame the Formic Pro on that.
Well, what's his name? A Peaceful Mind. He says it kills 10% of his queens. His Formic Pro, and he's in Michigan, I think.
I haven't had that problem.
He advised me not to do the double pad that it killed queens. So I mean, when even your state inspector's telling you not to do it in a certain method, I mean, you know, whether or not it's true, you know, it's getting around town that it.
Now, the only thing I can tell you is I was talking to Dr. Sammy Ramsey, you know, and he said that a single pad doesn't penetrate the cappings
Exactly
to kill the mites underneath the cappings like a double pad does. So
Right. I want it strong. That's why I don't like the
well,
Pro.
he said that in his experiments that the 2-pad method will penetrate the cappings and will kill them mites. And I'm wondering whether or not Nathan out there at Duck River Honey didn't do anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why he's relying on oxalic acid while you still got a bunch of brood in there. And it's just not, I used to say that too. And what's that girl's name that Bob Benny had on there, that science girl? She's a beekeeper too. Anyway, she said the same statement that I believed in, that I'm going to kill the mites as they're coming out of the cappings. And it sounds plausible and, you know, common sense wise, but it doesn't work. It just doesn't.
It don't work.
No, it don't work.
It is a great follow-up treatment, you know, this time of year.
I started, I used to do it from September to after Labor Day. I used to do it twice a week, every week until the time change, which was the end of October. Worked for a while. Last year, I don't think it, or the year before it didn't. So this year, or the last couple of years, I do the Formic Pro, the Aprivar, I either, one goes, last year I did Aprivar, then Formic, and this year I did Formic and then Aprivar because of the window of opportunity. And then I started doing oxalic acid vapor in November. I did 2 rounds. December, I've done 1 round. And then if there's some mild, I'll say 48-degree weather this coming January, I'll hit them again. Now, last year I did October, November, December, 2 rounds of each of oxalic acid 2 times in each month. January got severely cold, couldn't do anything then, and then I'd hit them in February, and I've done pretty good.
Yeah.
So
That's what I do also.
I've got to the point where it's like, okay, I got 3 months of honey season. That's the only 3 months they don't get treated. It's the rest of the time you got to keep that. So you got to suppress those mite loads down all the time and keep them suppressed. Now, the next thing that we haven't really talked about is these here extended release oxalic acid sponges with the sweetest sponges. I have the products to do that. I just didn't do it this past year.
Right.
And
I hadn't fooled with it either. I don't really know nothing about it.
Well, I've had several different people that I know that they say it works. I had a guy in my own club that did it in our apiary. He did part of it in one set of hives and Aprivar in another. And actually, the sweetest sponge had less mites than Aprivar had at the end of the sessions. And it's about a 6-week or 8-week session for these sponges.
Are you saying, what do you mean it had less mites? There was less mites in the colony afterwards?
Well, he did. Yeah. After the mite load, after the going through, and he would do a sugar, not a sugar shake, alcohol wash. And the sponges had less mites. It was a better,
It was more effective
result.
than
More effective. That's it, Brian. More effective than Aprivar.
I use the Swedish sponges
I just read somewheres where Aprivar only has a efficiency of 70% now, which is not used to be close to 100.
That's what he's doing in the chat.
I don't use it. I do not use it, and I've never used it. So I couldn't tell you nothing about it. The only thing I would, and I've looked at, watching Ian put treatments in and stuff, and the only thing that I see is when you put that in them frames, right?
Right.
And it's got that little tab. And that little tab, that little tab is going to cause it to push up against the brood, right?
And then you got to dig a dugout
so
thing.
that part that's pushed up against the brood is ineffective. It's no longer effective, right?
Well, that's why I use.
If it's hanging directly in between the frames, it's 100% effective. If it's leaning over on the frame, it's only 50% effective. Correct?
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. So
that's why I use nails.
Right, you're right, Charlie. If I was going to use it, that'd be the only way I'd do it.
I use a 3-inch finishing nail and stick it in that hole that they provide.
That would be the only way I'd do it. That way you get 100% effective.
Hey,
and
guys.
I go back and pull them nails out and keep them for the next year.
Yeah. Hey guys, when you're talking about Swedish sponges, there's a guy that I watch. I think he's called the Kiwi Bee Man. He's in.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Right. He uses the same thing. It's glycerin and oxalic acid. Instead of laying a sponge on top of the frames, he uses what they call staples, which is a cardboard strip, and it lays down between 2 frames, and he puts like 4 in there, I think. So it's kind of covering the whole box area, but it goes down in next to the brood. And it's a slow release method, and he swears that it really does a good job. And to me, it makes more sense if you had it extending down, hanging directly in the frames.
I agree.
So yes.
Now, how does he take the sponge and put a cardboard tab on the top of it somehow?
No, he takes cardboard strip.
Okay.
makes them into like he soaks them into a oxalic acid solution with glycerin, lets it absorb all that, and then he drops them in over his frame so they're hanging down into the brood area.
with a nail or something through it.
No, he calls them a staple, so they're like a U shape that hangs over.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah. So
that's what I got.
So I wonder if you could cut it into like really thin strips and then fold it in half some way, or like staple it so you can have it hanging down. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm thinking.
Brian, what I do is take and soak that, right? And then cut it in strips like you talking about. Then cut me some cardboard strips. Then staple the two together and then put it down in the hive. You've got the release and the sponge inside the cardboard. The cardboard's already wet with it, right? They're going to chew that cardboard up, right? You can put it right down in between the frames.
Or you could, I'm just thinking here, why not do it like the Aprivar? Put a darn.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Finish it
Just
nail
poke
right
a hole in it.
Yeah. Now you got this. You know,
that's right.
hanging down.
So you have one nail and two hanging down from. Oh, that's perfect, Charlie.
Yeah. Or just put a nail in. You know, I mean, they told me you take that pad, cut it up in quarters. You got You got the pad cut up in 4 strips. Put a nail in each strip and put it down in there in 4 different locations in the brood area.
Right.
And you got like a homemade. You got kind of like a homemade Aprivar strip.
I wonder if you.
So when I made mine, I cut them in half this way. And I cut them first, and then I laid them all down in a pan, and I soaked them in the glycerin that way. So I could definitely see that working, and then just poking holes in it, right? And that's easy to do. But it's super easy to make. They're really easy.
Now, let me ask you this. I know it's 50. I'll say 50 milliliters of glycerin and 50 milliliters of oxalic acid, right? Isn't that how?
It's equal. I used equal parts, yeah.
Equal parts.
It's 50 per sponge. That's right.
Well, what I'm getting at is you put it. Do you put the water and the glycerin and the oxalic acid on the stove and you heat it to where it melts, and that's it.
It dissolves just like sugar.
And then you're done, right? And then you pour it over those strips.
That's right. So I put it in a pan.
Now, what's the strips like? Are they tacky when they're dry? Or are they semi-dry or what?
They don't dry. They stick because the glycerin is like almost like a gel-like substance. So it'll hold it in, and it stays.
It's kind of like
almost imagine like Apigard soaked into some sort of medium.
All right, so it doesn't.
Like
it's not sticky or gluey like.
It's not messy like Hopguard. It's easy to handle, but you can feel it's like moist.
Brian, my question is this: when you soak them and you're going to put them down in between the frames, right? Is there enough durability in that sponge to be able to get it down in there without it folding up on you? You know?
Yeah.
Will you need to put a cardboard backing on it to get it down in there and then be able to pull it out?
I think it'll be fine on its own.
I think if you take and spread them frames like you do with that's what I do with Aprivar. I kind of spread them so they don't touch the sides, but I still have problems in touching the sides.
Hey, I wonder if you could just use a hole punch on that sponge while it's dry.
I would definitely poke the hole before you soak them. That'd be the easier way to do it.
Yeah. Well, and they'll just stick right through that stuff like it ain't nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. You know.
So
that's I've never thought about hanging them vertically down.
Yeah, just if they're durable enough to go down in there, that's the thing. I don't know.
So I played around with them a little bit this year. The bummer part is I don't really have any data to show if they were really effective. So it's almost like an experiment.
Are your bees alive?
Yeah, most of them.
They have some sort of effectiveness then.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to isolate factors, though.
I have to say the guy that takes care of our hives at the club, he did, like I say, half with Aprivar, half with a sponge, and sponge actually did better. But I don't think he did a pre-alcohol test, which he should have seen whether or not he had anything versus what he had afterwards. Now, I
Well,
will
that's
say
the only way
this.
you can tell the true effectiveness is what it was beforehand to what it was afterwards, right?
Right.
So really,
But I'll say this, that the Swedish sponge, if you're overloaded with varroa mites, you want to hit them with oxalic acid.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
you want a knockdown, and then this is more or less a long-term maintained low mite load situation.
hey, what if we just used oxalic acid and went and got a Swedish massage? Would that work?
Yeah.
You might feel better about it.
Works for me.
Hey, when y'all
Who
talking,
did we lose?
Ed said he was leaving.
you know,
Phil,
Oh,
I
and-
didn't know they gave pedicures.
oh, Ed hopped off. Yeah,
okay.
Ed's
Ed from 1 for 1 or whatever it's called.
Ed, son of one.
Son of one.
He was quiet back there listening. Thanks for the super chat, Ed. Appreciated it. And you know, it's you know, I like this format of this video because we get to just bounce ideas and talk to each other. It's not a
What I mean, we were talking a little bit of Queens on this other chat, which is local for me, but there was only about 3 of us in there, including myself, that really knew. But they were talking about stuff that you know, beyond what we really can use. It's like what we just talked about tonight. We can use this. We can use the nail, you know, and then Mark's talking about putting them down in the brood between the frames, which is nobody has checked that out. I don't think what's his name out there in California has figured that one out. He's been placing it on top.
Is it just vegetable glycerin?
Yeah,
that's what I use.
How long do you have to leave them in the hive?
You can leave them for 6 weeks in the hive.
You can, but what is the recommended?
That's it.
They're still experimenting, so who's recommending? You know, people are still playing around.
If you go to Scientific Beekeeping with Randy out there, you can read up on it. But I think he's putting them in there for at least 6 weeks or 8 weeks, something like that.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And they're
during a nectar flow, or is it?
One thing y'all have to keep in mind: there's no money in that.
Right.
So it's up to us.
Right.
Now,
There's
do you
no
guys
money in
know? Did you guys know about the last 3 states?
That's
You know,
kinda
remember? Huh?
No money in peppermint either. Putting peppermints in your colony.
No, but
there's
I
money
mean,
in anything if you have the right salesman.
That Delaware, New York, Vermont, because Randy talked about trying to do a local AOK by the government to use this kind of stuff to kind of circumvent the EPA. And those 3 states have AOK the use of this stuff that we can actually do it ourselves as beekeepers.
So what if we just do it? You know how Apivar says you got to put 2 strips per 10 frames of brood, right? 10 frames of bees. So why wouldn't you just make your extended release oxalic acid sponges if you're going to put them between the frame? Why wouldn't you just?
Well, from what Randy's experiments showed is that he took the one sheet that Brian had, he cut it up in 4 equal parts, and then he was laying it across the top of the frames, all 4 strips, because that makes it greater surface area for the bees to get around.
Not really. Not really, because
that would work if the bees were in the top and the bottom, as far as brood goes. If they were in both boxes.
But if you're laying them across the frames, there's a great portion of the strip that's covered by the wood in the frame that's not being exposed to bees.
That's true. That's true.
So,
yeah, I never thought about that.
I mean,
I think we're on to something here. This here, putting it down between the frames.
What the states are again for DC?
Do what? What states for what?
That were they okayed them to go on ahead?
That was New York State, Vermont, and Delaware.
There you go.
Well, it's okay here because nobody comes and checks, so it's okay by the Bob inspector that inspects.
I talked to our state. I don't know. I'll say the state bee association is trying to push it, and I'm going to say that I talked to some folks that I belong with that bee club in Pennsylvania, and their state association is trying to change it.
So 6 weeks gives 2 full brood cycles. But it doesn't penetrate the cappings, right? It's
no.
All right, so it's like an apivar.
Man, DC really wants y'all to try and pick pads.
It's just a maintainer.
Yeah. The theory, it's like if you did oxalic acid every like 3 days, you'd get better results, but you have to do it over the whole brood period. That's already there. You don't have to come in and do it every 3 days. It's in there every time. Every time the bee, comes out and walks around, they're going to encounter it. That's what puzzled me about laying it on top of the frames. I would argue that a nurse bee that comes out and starts cleaning cells and then graduates to taking care of brood may not ever go on top of the frame. I bet they have a whole squadron of bees that their job is just to get that trash out of the colony, and those are the ones that come in contact with that.
Is this treatment where they walk? Is this the walking treatment where they walk over it?
Yes, that's the way it all works. The bees track it around the.
Okay.
Yeah, and when they come in contact with it, they track it all over the comb, and eventually it touches the varroa and it kills the varroa.
Oh yeah, you could always put some of it around the entrance.
Yeah, this is not like formic where it creates a smell. I haven't done it. But, I mean, Brian, you can tell us if you did it. Does it smell like anything?
Not really. No.
Okay.
Not like Apricot or Formic or anything.
That's what they said about Apricot too. Is that
that's got no smell. Holy
a year
cow.
or two ago, they actually they said the heat of the hive, the Apricot actually would give off a slight gas or whatever.
Huh.
A fumigation. There was a slight fumigant about it. So it might. I mean, everything has some type of fumigant. I mean, maybe we can't smell it, but the bees can smell it.
Sure.
So, what is if you had to break a cost breakdown per strip compared to like Apivar, because Apivar is pretty cheap, right? How much cheaper is it to do the extended release?
Apivar ain't cheap at all.
Apivar ain't cheap.
Well, I mean,
let me put it to you this way: you got 10 strips, and I think what was it, Mark? $35.
It's higher than that now,
or
Charlie.
$40.
I bought
$4.
It's close to 50.
$170, I think, for 50 strips or something like that. $150 or something like that.
I'm not sure it's really
You got to put
cheap.
2
Bob.
for every 10 frames.
I know it's a lot more expensive than vaporization because you use a lot more oxalic acid. That was one thing I was really surprised by. Like, I have a science store that I buy my oxalic acid from. Mm-hmm. You buy it in like this amount and you go through it really quick. This is actually 500 grams. This was what I would do for a batch of 20 of them. So 500 grams.
That would treat.
And then 500 grams of glycerin. Okay. Right. And this I just got on Amazon, just vegetable glycerin.
Yeah.
So what do you got into it, Brian? $30? $50?
That damn glycerin.
This is probably, I don't know. The Swedish cloths aren't that expensive. You can get these for maybe like, I don't know, like $10 for the 10 of them. So that'll give you 20. So like 50 cents for this. So it's coming to maybe like $5 for each one of these. So that was one thing I was surprised by. I was like, one of the things I liked about oxalic is so cheap it is, right?
Right.
When you do vaporization, all you're doing is gassing off a couple of grams and that's it. This one is a little bit more expensive for sure, but it's just another tool in your toolbox.
All right, I'm looking at Man Lake 10-pack, $40. A 50-pack is $150, and I buy a couple of them when I'm buying them.
Right.
Yeah, that's only 25 hives.
Yeah,
cheaper
so
than buying new bees,
you're talking $4 a plastic strip.
We don't buy bees; we make bees.
Yeah.
And then you figure Swedish thing. The glycerin is kind of expensive. I bought 10 pounds of oxalic acid from Florida Labs for $33.
But why did they go with glycerin? What was it about glycerin that was so attractive to use glycerin?
That's the what do you call it? Suspension or whatever you call it.
Yeah, that's what keeps it from drying out. It's held in suspension in that.
Okay.
That's what. Otherwise, if you did other things, it would just dry
I
out.
don't know. I bought it this past year off of Amazon, and I have to say the darn glycerin is not cheap in a gallon of that stuff.
So $35 for that gallon on Amazon that I just showed you.
So there you go, $35 for that, and I bought a ton of them sponges for the amount of hives, and they're like a sheet's $1, $1.50, something like that. Maybe. I think Benny was talking about that on his video, and the guy was talking about using paper towels. I thought looked like shop towel roll to me.
Yeah,
it wasn't pig. It was a shop towel roll. And he was all about comparing prices of shop towels were like 5 cents or something like that versus Swedish rolls were like $1, $1.50, $1.75.
Yeah, so $18 for a 10-pack on Amazon. So $1.80.
$1.80. Okay. So you got $1.80 plus whatever the glycerin is, plus a little bit of oxalic acid.
It adds up.
But
if you can make 40 or 50 strips out of a pack and it's costing you $50, then I mean that's still $100 cheaper than Apivar.
Yeah.
So yeah, much better.
So I'll show you my kit. I like to make little kits and keep it all together. I went to like an ARC thrift store kind of thing. Right. I got a pot to mix it in. I got my thermometer. I got my mixer, right? So this is my kit.
What about the thermometer? Are you watching
as I'm heating it up, I'm making sure it doesn't get too hot. So I'm keeping the temperature low. And don't ask me how low. It's like a reference, so I'm not sure. And then I'll cut these in half, and then I fit them in here, right? Little bread pan. Cut them in half, and they fit in here perfectly. And then I would just soak them in here, and then I would get like a gallon bag after they would soak. Put them in a gallon bag, and then take that gallon bag out with me.
Was it Mark? No, it was what's the guy up in sawmill guy up there in Minnesota?
Mike,
Minnesota Mike. He kept talking about not using the tinfoil pans or whatever. Now, a friend of mine that did it up in Pennsylvania, he just got himself a regular elongated, sort of like a real shallow tote out of plastic, and just did it that way.
Yeah.
Remote thermometer.
Yeah, these things are cool, man. You just stick it in your pocket, go about your business.
See, look, Laramie says after 160, it goes through a chemical reaction.
Is that good or bad?
You just want to keep it below that.
Oh, okay.
At 160, the oxalic acid will probably start vaporizing.
Yeah. Then you're going to breathe that in the house or wherever you're at. You don't want that.
Well,
kill you over.
The guy that's in our club, he said he just heated the glycerin up to where it just melted the oxalic acid, and he was done. He just stopped at that.
Right.
So
I was going to say, Charlie, DCs or anyone out there that's interested. I know Randy Oliver. I got my recipe off of one of Randy Oliver's articles, and there's a YouTube video out there as well. So if you're interested in learning how to do it, you can easily find that information.
Yeah.
Now, how long will they stay in the pack, or once you make them? Do you have to use them immediately, or what?
I don't know.
Will they stay?
Yeah, good questions. I don't know.
The one guy up in Pennsylvania, he had one left over. I think he put it in the refrigerator, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I seen Steve-O. He would take and put them in a plastic thing and
plastic tub.
Put them up.
if you filled them up in a Ziploc bag, I bet they would last a long time.
Yeah.
I think if they get a little too hot to get kind of gooey, right, Brian? Do they get a
I
little
have not
gooey?
experienced that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd
and that
keep 'em
glycerin,
cool.
Bob, works just like that Apogard. You know how Apogard's like a gel?
Right.
All that gel is doing is holding that chemical, right? It's that
Right.
vehicle to hold the chemical, and that's all the glycerin
It's
is
an
doing.
emulsifier.
Yeah, it might even be a glycerin in Apogard for all we know.
Yeah.
Next week, my new product will be. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It'll be pre-packed. Buy the packing machine and go ahead and package it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you should. If Apogard's a stock, you need to sell short on that. From what
Right.
I'm hearing over the last year, it's just
The Apivar strips, yeah.
Apivar, not Apogard. Apivar.
All right. DC says they get a little gooey. So I think that's where my friend put it in a plastic tub. Possibly, I think he put a lid on it, but he put it in a refrigerator, I'll say, to kind of preserve it.
Now, remember, everyone's area is different. I believe that glycerin is a humectant, which means it's going to absorb moisture. So if DC's in like Washington State, he's going to be very damp, and they're going to behave way differently than in a dry state like where I am from.
I would say, figure one pad per hive. What I can see of it, 4 strips in a hive. 10 frame hive. So you know what you're going to make for what you're going to use for the amount of hives you got. So if you got 10 hives, you're going to use 10 pads. The only thing you have to really kind of figure out is what the volume of fluid and oxalic acid is for the pad, for the volume of pads.
Right.
So next week I'll order 1,000 pounds of OA and 500 gallons of glycerin and a packaging machine that seals the little baggies, right? That hold like two. I'll do a 2-pack, a 10-pack, a 50-pack.
Bob amazes me how his brain works sometimes.
And it'll be like a cartoon version of Bob dressed up as the Swedish chef.
Yeah.
Right? With a hive tool in his hand instead of a
Swedish
spoon.
chef guy, right? It's like horsey,
Yeah.
horsey, bursty.
That's right. Yeah. Your commercial.
You have to say that they're like vitamins for the bees, or the FDA is going to get after you.
Right.
Bob, where you been all my life? We'd already be rich by now, dude.
Man, I'm trying. Well, unfortunately, oh man, I try to find niches, right? Needs that need to be filled, right? Nobody needed a new swarm lure. Nobody needed a new swarm lure. But what I found is bee supply stores needed a swarm lure they could be profitable on.
Right.
So that's why I did that, right?
And not have to be refrigerated.
And not have to be refrigerated.
It don't have an expiration date.
Nope. So
I got a question for you, Bob.
Yes, sir.
You doing a New Year's special tomorrow?
A New Year special tomorrow? Why, you need some more? Well, you know what? The funny thing is about my website that I've told everybody.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
You talking about a show?
Yeah.
Hell, I don't know. Probably. I mean, depends.
Yeah.
What I watch is if Cayman comes on, because he comes like Saturday, Sunday sometimes, then I just won't. Right? I'll just watch his stream, and maybe
he won't be on. He won't be on at midnight.
Sure, he's not going to be on before the 7th.
Before the 7th, yeah, that's true. So maybe we do go live again tomorrow.
Yeah, we bring in the new year.
Let's see. Ring in the new year on beekeeping chat. We do it almost every night. The matter of fact, I need to check a score while I'm sitting here.
We'll talk about Charlie's upcoming new book he's going to write.
I'll tell you, how about
Mark Miller?
How hard is it for me to put a chat on tomorrow night, Bob?
Oh, wouldn't be hard if you just got the StreamYard and you get it attached to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard.
The only thing is, if you got the free one, you can only have 6 people on.
Well, we could. How much is the next step above?
I think Lee pays $10 a month or something like that for this.
All right. Well, I can do that. I can start my Saturday night bee chat.
I'd be curious to see how many with Lee. Lee's got all, he does a lot of monthly fee stuff, like his video editing stuff and all that. He pays monthly.
Yeah, I can't handle all that. I don't, it's like my from more 11, they want you to upgrade to 12, or they want you to buy. I'm like, I don't need all those
$25. They just put it in chat. He's still listening.
$25
a month.
May as well just get back on here.
And if you're a Tennessee Volunteer fan, they're beating Clemson 8-14 right now with 6 minutes and 13 seconds left in the game. So my team already lost, so now I can just pray Clemson loses too, so they can't brag all year long that they won their bowl game and we lost ours. So,
well, let me see what I can do. I ain't gonna do it now. It's 11:30.
Lee's still up. He can walk you through it.
What are you gonna do tomorrow, Charlie? You gonna do it live tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I need to get my watch hours up, to be quite honest with you. I got 544 subs, and yeah, I was talking to Bob about it and Lee over the course of, I don't know, the last less than a year, and the only problem I find with it is if I have a live in the wintertime, it's fine because I got time. Everybody's not doing anything, but come summertime when bees are up and running, we're all out there till 8:00 at night getting stuff done. At least I am.
Yeah.
Working bees, trying to get ahead a lot of times and all that. But yeah, like I said, I like to try it. Everybody else has done it and all, and I can't stand Thursday night.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. Each chat brings something different to it, so I like watching all of them.
Well, I'll say this: you got the stream team and their style of, I guess you call it, format, and then you got Hillbillies, their style of format, and then we got this style of format. And I like this. I like people coming on, sort of like a Zoom meeting, and like we've been discussing how to do things differently. And I think that's where it's at.
Oh, you could have got on there yesterday and discussed anything you wanted.
Huh?
You could have got on there yesterday and discussed anything you wanted.
Oh, yeah. Nah.
You had experts on there like Mark Miller.
I got on there and that's what I wanted.
I know. I mean, I'll be honest with you. They were talking about stuff, that I'm like, I don't even know what. I mean, I've read about it, but it's beyond me.
Yeah,
and it's something that I'm not overly interested. I mean, I like grafting, but when it comes to what Corey's doing, it's just something I just don't want to do. I don't want to go to that level.
It's interesting, but it's too specialized.
It's too specialized. I'm happy, making honey. I'm happy trying to learn to manipulate my bees to make more honey, trying to, to grow my bees, to sell bees. And I enjoy just basic grafting and making queens and experimenting with that, putting versions in instead of cells in, and, that's makes it fun.
I don't know. I enjoyed that just from the standpoint of I'm glad somebody's really working toward that because we're going to need it.
Don't get me wrong. I think, we got to have the Coreys out there and Mark here that is interested in it and all that stuff, that wants to scale up to that level. We got to have that in order for our bees to survive.
Yeah, I'm on their own
20 years down the road, in order to get rid of these pests. But it's just not, that's just not me. It's just like in my club. I'll have folks in my club that are just not interested in grafting queens. That's just a skill set that they just don't want to do.
Right.
And, and that's where I'm at. I just don't know anything about VH or.
I just, what I like about this is that we talk about everything. It doesn't even have, it's not always beekeeping even, but it's just, there's not, I guess we don't always talk about mite treatment, and we don't always talk about queen rearing, right? And we don't all. Sometimes it's feeding, sometimes it's equipment, sometimes it's whatever. But it's not a thing that's always at the most basic level, but it's not something that it's always at like you have to have a PhD to understand either. So
Right.
I kind of like that there's a mix, right? Everybody that comes on has a different level of what they know and what they understand. And, hey, I like having, Charlie and Mark and Brian and people that have been keeping bees longer than me, that know more than me. And maybe there's some things like Mark said, man, I wish I had met you years ago because you think of things differently, and we'd be
perfect example. Look what we just did here tonight about taking a sponge, and Mark says put it down in between the frames, and I come along and say, well, put a nail through it to hang it like aprivar.
And
nobody has talked about this at all, except
it'll be on
Well,
somebody.
maybe they have, but you just don't know about it.
Yeah.
Well,
But then Mark talked about like a good simple way of just taking an old 2x4, drilling 7/8 holes, and put some hardware cloth on the bottom of it, and putting your cell in there.
Comes out with a new product that looks eerily familiar to your suggestions in this chat tonight.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to buy all them roller cages, and you ain't got to worry about them falling over. And
wait a minute now. You guys just talked about having barcodes on your hives, and then I think it was Spanky and I was talking about it, and somebody at Hive Life has an app that does that.
Yeah, there's about 15 apps, but I've looked at them, and most of them ain't much pumpkin.
Hail Hives, that's a good one there, buddy. I like that one.
Well, it'd be, and I have the same problem with lots of things, even in beekeeping, as far as like equipment, how like poly hives don't match up with other poly hives, right? They're poly hive. Why don't they all interchange and interlock?
And that's another thing. It might be time to do some box redesigning for your treatments.
If these stupid apps would do an API for their apps and websites, then you could integrate all of the different data into one website from all these different, like if you had 5 different apps, like one where you put your notes and one where you tracked your temperatures and one where you tracked that, and it was API, you could API it into one website, an account, and you could pull up all your data into one website.
Man, sounds like you got your new project, Bob.
I got people that can do it. You remember, I'm in the Bitcoin space. I know people that know people.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you get screwed over by that guy?
Which guy?
I don't know. He swindled everybody.
I know you're talking about that big guy.
Oh, FTX. No, oh, God, you guys are going to make me go down this rabbit hole tonight.
Rabbit hole.
Just keep it short because I got to get off here.
All right, so here's
so let it roll.
Here's the abridged version. So I was really big into Bitcoin and social media with Bitcoin. And anyway, this company hired me after watching a live stream like this on YouTube, that we had a 22,000 member Facebook group that we started. And so we would do live chats like this every night. And so this company started up and they sold $21 million worth of their virtual currency in their launch, right? And the guy hired me. He says, hey, I'll give you $115,000 a year to be a project manager for us. I said, cool, I'm in, right? So he hired me 2 months after they hired me into my contract. The SEC came out to California and raided their offices. And I was living in Georgia, so I was working remote. And all of a sudden, my pay shut off. And the SEC seized them, their accounts and everything. Well, I know you guys hear me talking about this money I'm supposed to be getting, right? Well, the lawyers, I turned in my contract. They said you could claim against them if they owed you money. Well, they did, because my contract said that they could terminated at any time with a written notification of 30 days. Well, they never gave me the notification. So I sent my contract to the lawyer. I sent the letter explaining, hey, I have a 1-year contract to be paid $115,000, and they only paid me for 2 months of it. You guys owe me $90,000. And they said, nah. And keep in mind, this has been going for 4 years. They came back to me in July, and they said, well, we'll agree to pay you $20,000. And I said, sold. Because I already have a job and everything, right? I've been 4 years without the money. I'm like, just give me what you can give me at this point. And so now, supposedly, I already verified my mailing address and everything to the SEC appointed attorney. And so I should be getting 20 grand here in the next, I expected it by now, but now they're saying probably on the 16th, they said within the next 2 weeks, they would file the disbursements with the court to get approval. And then they would start mailing out disbursements. So knock on wood, we might have an OA glycerin pad line coming out. No, I'm just kidding. If the money hits. No, I'm just kidding.
It's very convenient that you're getting the money after you could have bought everybody dinner at Hive Life.
You know, it is. I wish, man, it's probably the Lord is looking out for me, because if he dropped 20 grand in my hands prior to going to Hive Life, I probably would buy the farm, everything. I want 1,000 of them.
You need to rent a bigger truck, that's for sure.
I know. I'd be buying a big red like Cayman's got and driving it up there. And that coin was called titanium. I was just looking at Donnie's thing in there, but yeah, they raised $21 million, and Tennessee just scored again, by the way, 31-14. And I'm curious now. You guys got me thinking about this. I need to check the website to see if they got any updates. And
so, Bob, is this where your question came from a couple weeks ago? If you had $20,000, how would you spend it?
Exactly. Where would you invest it? Where would
That's
you?
a hell of a honey house.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got the porch enclosed. You know, might have to get the electrician out there and wire it up and stuff. But yeah. Let me see. Oh, they did update it today. Matter of fact, the receiver has filed the distribution motion with the court, and you can find the filing here.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. It's 11:45.
All right, 69%. So if they screw me on my 20 and give me 69% of 20 grand, I'll be mad.
Don't forget Charlie Strain now, where he's going to debut his new book he's going to be working on with Mark now.
All right, so let's see if you guys might think I'm blowing smoke. I'll share it just to show.
But then you're going to have to pay tax on that. So you're going to wind up with about $7,500.
If it's a suing thing, I don't think it's taxable.
But it's income.
Yeah, but if you see, what is it? If you, let's say you sue somebody for $20,000 and you win, that's a non-taxable thing as far as here in Maryland that I know of.
We're almost
all
done.
right. I'm gonna. You say what's it called?
StreamYard.
StreamYard. All right. If I anything, I'll get you. Call Lee up. He'll help me out or something. All right. See you guys later. Good to talk with you all.
All right,
Charlie, have a happy New Year, buddy.
Yep.
Together with receiver order. Defendants consented to the entry of permanent receiver order. 28.
He's joking. He hasn't realized yet. We're not joking. He's going to write his book with Mark.
Claim submission, already done that.
How much is the lawyer going to make, Bob?
I swear to God. Well, that's non-investor claims. Look at that. $5,393,868. I'm one of the non-investor claims, and I had an investor claim. So let's see. Distribution date. Hey, that's what we need. Oh, within 45 days of the court approving the order.
I didn't know it's turned into a legal channel.
Only after
Hey,
4
I'm
hours.
a truck driving lawyer. You've heard of them, haven't you?
I've seen plenty of lawyers going after the truck drivers.
Yeah, half of these truck drivers out here are lawyers. They think.
Oh, this is good.
Uh-oh.
100% of allowed non-investor claims will be paid in full. So of that $29,628, 20 grand of that's mine.
You better watch out. Bob Hellhives is on to you. He says Bob's taking us where to dinner. I missed that.
So it was received. So now I guess the court has to approve it, right?
So we're gonna have this BBQ before we know it.
You see that? Hey, you see that top one? Claim number?
That's you?
Hold on.
Zoom in.
I see it.
Yeah, there it is.
20K.
That's it.
Claim number 169.
That's
But
it.
then they show the amount that the lawyer gets, and then the amount down
Oh, the
below that.
lawyer. Oh, trust me, that lawyer's been getting paid all along. So
But are you sure you want to do a BBQ or a Bob Life?
a Bob Life conference.
Hey, you do one in summer, and you could actually do stuff like grafting and.
It's funny. But yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully within the next 45. Hey, that'll be right around honey flow. 45 days, right? That'll be January. Well, that's the middle of February. That'll be around Splitsville. Close to split time.
It's always the perfect time to get $20,000, Bob.
All the boxes you want.
So, and then they owe me $2,250 of invested money. So,
Hellhives is still going on about that dinner.
hell, if I wasn't broke at this moment, it'd be different. So, hey, just sell a lot of my lure at the Hive Life conference, and
there you go.
Things can happen. Things can happen. So we'll see how it goes over there. But
Yeah,
anyway,
hell, you just have to fist fight Bob's wife for that dinner.
she's in there mad at me now because I'm still on the live stream after 4 hours. So
I'm glad I ain't the only one.
This is a record.
no, our record's like 5.5 hours.
I started watching when you were 30 minutes in, and I thought I'd missed a whole lot.
No, you just missed me and Lee bantering back and forth, probably.
Happy New Year. Somebody's time traveling.
Bob's coming to the Hive Life. That's very possible with the black eye, but
He's coming with no pockets. His pockets are going to be cut out of his pants.
well, I was sitting here while we were talking.
Hey, you laugh about that. Yeah, I'll just keep my mouth shut on that one.
I was about to say it.
Yeah.
Second distribution pro rata multiplier. So they're only giving you 69%. They're only giving them 69% back on what they invested. So if someone invested 100,000, they're only going to get 65. Oh, look at this. This is what sucks right here. So I know you guys don't care at all about this. It's just interesting to me. So like this guy that put $50,000 in, that they allowed him, they said, okay, we owe you 50,000. He's only getting 34,000, 69% of it. Mine, I have one that's like $2,200, so I'd have to find it. Look at this guy put 67,000 in. He's only getting 46,000 back.
Well, hold on a second. You're getting only 20,000 of 90,000. So
Yeah, but I'm getting, because I was a contract, they owed me cash money, like payroll money. So I was like
Yeah.
a debtor. So
He
they
didn't
have to pay me
invest.
100% of that. These are investors, people that put their money in.
I know.
So they're getting,
Yeah, they're not getting it back. You're right.
Dave wants to know where the Hive Life group dinner is at.
we don't know yet. We haven't decided. We haven't figured it out yet.
But apparently, Hale says that if Bob's buying, it's at the Golden Corral.
Look at this. Someone put in $520,000. $520,902. They're only getting 358 grand back after 4 years. Actually, it'll be 5 years by the time we get paid. $500,000 someone dropped into a virtual currency that was not proven. So, yep, they're out there. Idiots are everywhere, even ones with money.
Bob, you got to activate that Windows, man.
No, not going to do it. I'm doing it just now to aggravate you, Spanky.
Oh, don't aggravate me. Eventually, it's going to come back on you.
No, it won't. If it was a problem, they wouldn't let you do it.
The government lets you do a lot of things that you're not supposed to do.
Because they could give you 30 days and just shut it off if they wanted to and let you not access it. I've been doing this for over a year. Matter of fact, I might make you happy, Spanky. I might go into my laptop that's got dust on it and never use it and deactivate that code and activate it on here.
Bob, you make me think of the stories I hear where people don't know that there's laws in place and they've been doing it for years. Well, I've been doing it for years. Apparently that makes it legal.
It's not illegal. How's that illegal?
If Microsoft says it goes against their terms of service, then it'll go against. They can do that at any moment.
Well, if they
So
do,
they can pull you anytime they get ready to.
Well,
for anything you say wrong that they don't like.
I'm
It
not
don't
paying
matter.
anyone, I guess.
They could see this stream and they could see you gloating, one employee, and he could be like, me, just out of the blue.
Yeah.
Okay, when I get my 20 grand, I'll activate my goddamn Windows for you, Spanky.
Well, you'll just go to 11. You'll just go to 11 on a new computer.
Don't make me move to Linux.
Well, that's a better alternative.
I do like Linux. It's more like, it actually is more like Apple software than it is Windows software. But anyway, guys, we're going down. We're 3 minutes to midnight. We've been going for 4 hours, and I'm sure somebody.
It's only 11 o'clock Texas time.
Yeah, that's true. You still got. See, I'll be in next year before you guys.
That's right.
If we see Black Panther.
All right, I got to go treat my bees tomorrow out in the country. So,
I don't know if I'm going to do
something.
anything else to my bees until spring, really.
Well, I've been putting them a little bit all along, but like I said, they don't have any mites. I checked them. I made a video. I just never posted it. I need to edit it and post it. But I literally found like 5 mites and 17 colonies. Couldn't believe it.
Nice.
And that's after the drop. That's a drop. That's a drop off of after an OA treatment. So
right.
Yeah.
That's good.
But I'm going to treat them anyway, just because it's this time of year. So, and I'll check them again. But
that's I can't believe
that's what you want to do. You want to zero them out going into the spring, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
But I can't say that about mine here at the house. They've always. I can get 7 mites in one colony, and I think that's a win.
Right. All right, guys. Well, y'all have a good evening. Thank you for participating. Well, now look. See, there's always one jackwagon. He's laughing too. Always that one guy. The one. I'm gonna call him Galloway Lights or Rick Morse.
I was gonna say I'm just like Frank.
Jump in right at the last minute. A couple times we've left him sit in the room and been like, "No, we're leaving," and then get off here. What day you getting to Hive Life there, Paul?
I'll be there Thursday night.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be there Wednesday. Ricky from Horizontal Bees will be there Wednesday. Brian's coming in Thursday.
Yep.
So I'm gonna miss the Golden Corral dinner then, right?
Golden Corral. I don't even know if they got a Golden Corral up there.
Oh, they do. They do. Right there on that main road where the convention center is a Golden Corral, because I go there every year. My father-in-law lives there, but we look for cool places to go have dinner. So I was joking with my daughter. I said, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to the night we go to Golden Corral," because I saw it over.
There was one place that last time I was up there, we went to breakfast there almost every day, and it was called Flapjacks, and it's pretty good breakfast place. If you like a good hearty mountain breakfast, that's a good place to go.
Well, last year with the icy roads and everything was closed when we got into Sevierville, probably about, I don't know, 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night. And we ended up eating at the Waffle House was the only thing that was open. And then here comes John Hill from Hillco in at the same place. So I saw him at the Waffle House. I told him, I said, "Hey, if you get there early this year, I'll buy you dinner at the Waffle House this year if I see you." So.
Well, I think it's supposed to be in the mid-50s there, right? So it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, it's going to go down to freezing at night, but it's not bad. So who's all here going?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Not making it this year?
Yeah, I've never made it, and I was going to go this year, but I just didn't pull the trigger. So
yeah.
I did that last year. I waited. It was about this time last year, like the week going into the weekend of, and I was like, I wonder if I can get a ticket, and went on there, and nope, they were gone. So it was like one of those, hey, you know what? We're not really doing anything this weekend. We could take off to the mountains, and it didn't come to fruition. But thanks to Lee, I'm going this year.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a ticket to this one that last minute.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think they said there's 500 people on the waiting list.
That's what I heard.
Wow.
So I told Cayman, he didn't believe me back in the summer. I was like, yeah, you'll sell 2,000 tickets if you want to. No, we won't. It won't get that big. I said, yeah, whatever it was last year, double it plus half, because everybody's been talking about it all year long.
Mm-hmm.
Literally all year long. Been talking about going to Hive Life this year. So
yeah, last year was nice. You get too big though, and it gets to be impersonal or whatever. And the whole nice thing about how it was last year is getting to walk around and talk to people that you've seen or heard. See Mike Berry, who I've seen his videos, even though he's only about an hour away from me down I-10, etc. So I got my. If you're going to Hive Life, look for this.
You selling some gear?
No, I'm wearing this. So come say hi to me if you see me wearing this T-shirt. So I'll be wearing this around. So it's got my logo on the front and the back. Come say hi to me.
I'll be wearing
Yeah, will do.
I'll be wearing this.
Got your Wrangler? Is that a Wrangler shirt?
Swarm Rustler shirt.
It's not a Wrangler shirt?
Now, hey, you know what? My boxes still have. Let me show you this. This is how ghetto I was. So everybody knows I spent like $300 on these boxes, right? And I had to change the name after I printed them. So I did put labels over where it had it before, but I didn't put the label there. Oh, sorry. There. Because this piece rips off. So I figured I'll just save that. So I actually have both names on there. So
is a Rustler better than a Wrangler, better than a Commander?
The Rustler and Wrangler are the same. It's the same product in my bottle. The Swarm Commander Well, you didn't order any. I'm not telling you shit.
I told.
Well, Bob, I ordered. Tell me.
Well, you've already smelled it. It smells just like Smart Commander. I mean, identical. Mark, you've got some now. Have you smelled it?
Yeah, it smells right to me.
So,
Yeah, here's
In,
our
in
share.
fact,
This
I'm
is
gonna
what we'll
start
be
using it.
wearing.
I'm gonna use a little bit to help train my dog.
train your dog
Yeah,
to find queens.
I'm
Find
looking
swarms.
for I'm looking for queenlessness, right? So I got a bunch of empty boxes out there, and I'm gonna go right in front of the entrance and just give it a little squirt, and then I'm gonna put one in the middle with the hot dog, and get her to sit down with the one that don't have the queen, the pheromone. That's what you're looking at for the pheromone one that don't have the pheromone, right?
It's true.
So
It's gonna be the queen sniffing dog, huh?
That
yeah.
Look at Laramore's comment. Bob has a Rustler shirt and Wrangler pants.
I got Levi's. Thanks for being there. That's true, though. Very true. But anyway, so Paul, you haven't been on here very much lately. What's going on with you?
Well, I've been on Tuesday night. Sometimes my bee meeting, like you all said. A couple weeks ago, I was at the bee meeting, and then I forgot where I was last Tuesday night. I was on vacation during Thanksgiving or whatever. So yeah, I haven't been on a couple Tuesday nights here.
Hey, Paul, where do you live?
We miss your sarcasm in the comments.
No, my sarcasm's always in the comments, buddy. I'm sorry, Phil. What did you say?
Where do you live? What part of are you in Louisiana?
Yeah, I'm in Baton Rouge.
Oh, are you? Okay. I grew up in North Louisiana.
Okay, I'm about 10 miles. I'm on one side of the Amite River, and then Lee is on Livingston Parish on the other side of the Amite River. Probably about less than 10 miles of the crow flies between me and Kodiak Farms.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, you
I
need
love that Bass Pro Shop down there.
You need to go over and check his bees because he hasn't checked them in months. You can just steal all his bees and say they swarm. Just replace them with some old comb. He wouldn't know.
Yeah, he and I met in Alexandria for the first time at the Louisiana Beekeepers Association conference up there. So, and then Cajun's probably about, I don't know, maybe an hour and 30 minutes away from me. That's been on here several times.
And
Mike Berry's about an hour away. Mr. Ed's about an hour away to the east.
We're gonna get a fishing trip.
Did I get the invite to the fishing trip? I was going to say, Bob. No, I didn't make the fishing trip.
I didn't make the fishing trip either.
You didn't see me catching sharks out there with Dirt Rooster and Yappy the Bee Man.
Well, I'm staying at the same hotel as Dirt Rooster this year. So,
what's that? The Super 8? I mean,
no, we're staying at the Black Fox Lodge in Pigeon Forge. It's by who is it by? Hilton?
Actually, I'm staying with Grammy Midwife. She had posted something several months ago when she's got a cabin out there in the woods, and she said she had a couple extra bedrooms there. So I talked to her at that time and said, hey, so we got together, and I'll be meeting her or whatever and staying with her out there. So that'll be something different.
Look at Lee. Lee's showing you his fish he caught.
Yeah, I see.
He's rubbing it in.
Well, that was an interesting call because I was at work in my work truck, and I just pulled up to a house, and the phone rang. Oh, it's Dirt Rooster. And when Dirt Rooster calls, I pick it up because I don't know what it's. He's like, hey, how you doing today? I'm doing good. Hey, you got Lee's number? We got this fishing trip we're going to go on. I'm like, what the hell? You didn't even ask me. Did I want to go on the fishing trip? Lee's number. So, yeah, I gave him Lee's number. And he's like, yeah, it was kind of last minute, but we were looking for people in the area. I said, well, I know Hale Hives is around the same area close by. And
get ready.
And that,
the boat was full.
Yeah. I don't know. Then all of a sudden, Yappy's there and Mr. Ed's there and everybody's there.
Well, I don't know if I could have stood, spending, 6 hours on the boat with the Yappy.
He might have went overboard. He might have had to go overboard. But
Yo, I'm going to bed.
All right.
It's
Night,
been
Mark.
good.
It has been fun.
I'll
I was
talk to
just
y'all
jumping-
later.
I was just jumping on here for the end. I didn't mean to keep you all up. And you always make a joke about, he usually comes on at the last minute. Well, I had to be frank tonight, so no Galloway lights here. But I thought I'd jump on at the last minute.
Now Minnesota Mike will show up after 3 hours.
Good night, y'all.
All right, good night.
Hi, Mark.
Night, Mark. I'll take a look and see if Chuck has something on tomorrow night. Maybe I'll jump on. I've got some work to do tomorrow, being in the end of the month and stuff like that at work. So I'll have to do that during the day. But maybe we'll see if old Sawmill Charlie decides to pull through with his live tomorrow night, and maybe see you all again.
All right, sounds good, guys. Y'all have a good evening. We'll talk to you next time. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good
Have a good night, guys.